Hello and good morning to everyone who has joined us from Teams. Is my voice audible? Would you be able to confirm, please?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, good morning, Kenna. You're audible.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, also one thing, can you see the PMI screen spotlighted? Can you
I'm
see?
able to see you actually.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
अच्छा ये स्टार्ट हो गया
आप अपना कैमरा ऑफ रखो
तो कैमरा वाला अच्छा ये तो वीडियो हो गई हमारी कैमरा हो गया
Devinder Kaur, ma'am, if you could please switch off your video. Devinder, ma'am, if you could switch off your video, please. Morning, sir.
Session of this leadership conclave. I welcome all the speakers. Two of them are here with us. I welcome them to this leadership conclave, those who are present and those who will be joining us online, giving the sessions online. A very warm welcome to Ms. Anjana Vinod, a senior consultant and corporate trainer, also a breast cancer coach. I welcome Ms. Rashmi Bhardwaj, writer, poet, editor of Meraki, also a Gyanpith Navlekhan Puraskar 2016 winner. I also welcome, they are not connected, but I welcome the officers from the Indian Force, whom we salute for selecting such a challenging profession. They'll be addressing us online. I also welcome Dr. Arjuna Shukla, Director IIM Lucknow, and Ms. Momala Nayak, Kathak artist and disciple, Pandit Birju Maharaj. They'll also be joining us online. So we have these very inspiring women leaders who have excelled in varied areas and have made a mark for themselves and set an example for others to emulate. I welcome all the participants, my fellow Ntpc seniors and colleagues. I welcome Ms. Nandini Sarkar, Sangeeta Kaushik, Alka Sehgal ma'am, and everybody present here. My colleagues, Kenashri, Vasudha, Madhuchandra, Geeta ma'am. I welcome everybody who is connected with us online. I welcome you all the women fellows who have been doing exceedingly well in their respective areas, in their respective departments, always eager to learn and spread the wings of knowledge and happiness all around, also contributing their bit in the strong culture building of the organization and the progress of the organization. They are making a very big difference. We have very inspirational panel here who will be inspiring us through their talks. We have seen in India and abroad, we have innumerable examples of women who have excelled in their areas, wide-ranging professions, fighting all odds, fearlessly and standing tall. In fact, I'm reminded of a Sony TV program show, Shark Tanks. I mean, most of you must have seen that. That was really good. And it was so good to see 50% of the Shark Tank, the sharks, the entrepreneurs were women there. And it was so encouraging to see, so good to see them at that level and encouraging a lot of other entrepreneurs in their new ventures. So I was reminded of that now. In this room, we may be more privileged than many others in terms of education, opportunities, facing lesser biases. It's now our turn, our duty to contribute our bit in upliftment of the other women folk. In fact, this year, the theme declared by United Nations is Gender Equality Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow. So let us be the enabler and do our bit, contribute our bit towards it. So friends, let us enjoy the sessions in today's Leadership Conclave. Let us celebrate the Women's Day in the true spirit. I wish you all the very best in life and times to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rachna ma'am. That was so well put. In the words of G.D. Anderson, feminism isn't about making strong women at all. No, it isn't. Women are already strong. It's about changing the way the world perceives that strength. Starting in the year 1911, International Women's Day is celebrated every year on March 8th to recognize the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. At NTPC, we celebrate the day not just with fun and fanfare all across, but in the form of a national conclave where we learn and draw inspiration from one another. I'd request everyone to please keep your microphone on mute. Thank you so much. And what better than beginning the day with hearing from one of the senior most HR leaders of the company about the significance of celebrating women achievements and the belief of our company in women empowerment. I request Executive Director HR to deliver the keynote address, please.
Thank you, Kenna. A very good morning to all of you. My colleague, senior colleague, Sri R.K. Sinha, CGM and Head of PMI, Mrs. Rachna Singh Val, GM PMI, Madam Rasmi Bharadwaj, Editor, Miraki Magazine, and a very proficient Gyanpith Award winner, Dr. Anjana Binod, Senior Corporate Consultant and Trainer, and others who would be joining us during the achievement of women. The day also marks a call for action for accelerating the gender parity. Like Kenna was telling, women are always strong. They are like Mother Earth. They nurture everybody else on them. So it is for them to realize their potential, come out and call a spade a spade. And every time they think that they are getting a wrong sort of a dispensation from the society, it is their duty as mothers, as sisters, as daughters to stand up and tell it is wrong. We are all there. Organizations, individuals, all are there, but it is for them. If they ever feel that anything goes wrong, it is for them to stand up and say. The entire world will follow if there is strength in their voice. I take this opportunity to share some of our prominent women-friendly initiatives in NTPC. Besides the statutory 182 days of maternity leave and those 45 days of leave for medical termination of pregnancy, we in NTPC give 2 years long child care leave, paid leave to all our women employees in phases, which empowers them as mothers to bring up their children and again make the world run with putting better citizens into the flow of the society. NTPC also provides special leave for adopted children and children born through surrogacy. We extend flexi timings to our lady employees, wherein they may avail 8 present compensated attendances in a month. Flexi leaves wherein a quarter day CL may also be availed by them. Grace facilities are there in most of the place, and networking facility through Shakti Collaboration Portal in Pradeep is an in-house communication portal which is there for them to avail. In our day-to-day working, NTPC We strive to project the image of NTPC as a preferred employer of choice for women by providing the best of facilities, by ensuring their total safety and security. Here, I would like to mention that today is a great day to acknowledge. Last year, I had announced on this platform that we are going for a all-women batch of engineering executive trainees. 50 of them have already joined. They have joined their place of work and are on their 4 months technical training, followed by 1 month of general management training and 15 days of simulated training, which will follow. And then the FZTs at various plant locations in Simadri, Solapur and Moda. These EETs will now be working in operation department exclusively in shift. Soon, company envisages to have an all-women. We have gone to the society. Each of my projects, I am proud to say, has self-help groups of exclusive women who come together. We provide all the know-how, necessity, market linkage through CSR of the company, and then their products are taken out. We also, going a step further, this is a flagship program of NTPC. We conduct Girls Empowerment Mission, where we pick children who have passed class 5 and are going into class 6. We bring them to our campus. We give them, expose them to a month-long intensive in-house training program through very adept faculties who remain there as their mother. Our own women employees, ladies of the ladies club, they step in and they are given an exposure to various, and these girls are necessarily from the socially, economically backward strata of the community. They are never, their parents do not have that kind of a wherewithal to expose them to that kind of know-how. And the best part is, though we have started it in 2018 and there were COVID for 2 consecutive years, we could not hold those workshops. But then 2,300 girls have already been exposed to that kind of a training program. From there, we pick up 10% of the children and then we bring them to our schools in the township, the best school in the township. We provide for all expenses. NTPC provides for all expenses. And then these girls, because they come from another strata, another vernacular language to English medium education, our own people give them that bridge course, which would enable them to get over their paucities, if any. They're doing very well, let me tell you. And then we plan to take them up to class 12. And then after class 12, depending on their merit, that is still on the planning board, we would like to expose them through a year-long coaching, either for NEET or for government engineering colleges, and whereupon we will bear, NTPC will bear the cost of those who are selected into government medical colleges and NIT and IITs through their journey till their graduation. So this is this year we plan to cover 40 locations with 2,700 girl children. This initiative is getting rolled out. People are gearing up at all project locations. NTPC will continue to embrace diversity and inclusion at all levels and provide a superlative experience for the women surrounding both inside and outside, introducing many more such initiatives and programs in the years to come. It is indeed a pleasure for us to welcome the eminent speakers who are present in the room and who will be gracing this occasion today at the Leadership Conclave to share the experience of their stupendous journey with us and interact with our own women leaders. All of you together form a formidable community that lead the nation building. Your commitment, intelligence, and diligence shape up not just the workplace, but also the social and domestic fabric of the country and inspire us. Wishing all of you the very best in all your endeavors. Happy International Women's Day 2022 to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It means a lot for you to have started the day for us. It means a lot for you to have encouraged us. And what can I even say? It is said that every woman's success should be an inspiration to the other. We are strongest when we cheer each other on. So here's to strong women. May we know them, may we be them, may we raise them. With this, let me give you an overview of the program in the day ahead. We'll right now, after a while, say 2-3 minutes from now on, we'll break for the cake cutting ceremony and tea. After that, we will get back at around 11 o'clock for the first session, which will be with Miss Rashmi Bharadwaj, who is here with us in person. Then at 12 o'clock, we will have a session with Miss Anjana, Dr. Anjana Vinod. It will be followed by a session with two of the Indian Air Force officers who will be joining us from their base camps because of certain situation, as you know, about the Russia-Ukraine war and the sensitivity which is involved therein. They have not been permitted to join us in person, so they will join us from the base camp though. All these four speakers will converse with us before the lunch break. After the lunch break, we'll have Dr. Arjuna Shukla, the director of IIM Lucknow, conversing online. And Momala Nayak is the Kathak exponent and disciple of Pandit Birju Maharaj. She'll
अभी शुरू हुई है। थल्ले आते रहने पागल लोग आ रहे हैं। हाँ, क्यों आया वो मैसेज? आज परवाह करिए मेडिकल।
There, sir.
Hello, check.
नमस्कार सर। नमस्कार सर।
इतना भी खींचो 11 बज गया। इतना भी गाड़ी को खींचो 11 बज गया। हाँ 9:30 बजे चले थे अपन, 11 बज गए फिक्स। क्या करें?
हेलो, एको हो रही है ना आवाज? लैपटॉप का माइक ये नहीं, ये तो म्यूट पे ही है।
कौन सा हाँ वही म्यूट है, तीसरे डबल
नहीं, ये तो पर वही बोल रही हूँ, एको हो रहा है ना, क्योंकि यहाँ मेरा तो म्यूट पे है, तो कहीं ना कहीं डबल चल रहा है।
मैम सारे स्पीकर्स को म्यूट कर दीजिए।
हेलो, आकाशवाणी हो रही है यार ये तो। फिर से कनेक्ट करूं? हेलो, अब तो आवाज ही नहीं आ रही। जा रही है आवाज? हाँ फिर ठीक है।
मैम आवाज आ रही है।
आ रही है आवाज?
मैम
आ रही है,
आवाज आप स्टार्ट कर दिए।
मैम
आवाज
सारे
अच्छी आ रही है
participants
या
को
गंदी
mute कर
वाली
लो।
आवाज आ रही है, वो बताओ।
बहुत अच्छी
बहुत
वाली
अच्छी
आ रही है।
आवाज आ रही है आपकी।
पक्का ना? अमिताभ बच्चन के बाद मेरा ही नंबर लगेगा।
नहीं मैम,
बिल्कुल
सही
आपका
अच्छी आ रही है।
लग रहा है, आप तो चालू करिए।
हाँ और ओके ठीक है। या तो अभी इसको ऑफ।
अरे यार,
Welcome back to the first session of the day. So we begin our leadership conclave with a conversation with Miss Rashmi Bharadwaj. Rashmi Bharadwaj is an author, poet, translator, editor, and educationist. She is the executive editor of Pashyanti, a women's collective magazine dedicated to art and literature, and she also runs a literary circle and a website which goes by the name of Meraki Patrika. It is aimed at promoting new voices in literature. Her poetry collection, मैंने अपनी माँ को जन्म दिया है, was awarded the Shivna International Poetry Award. Her first book, एक अतिरिक्त अ, received the prestigious Gyanpith Navlekhan Award for Poetry. Her work has been published and recognized on many national and international literary platforms, including Bharat Bhavan, Sahitya Akademi, Raza Foundation, Hindi Academy, and Amrit Sherrill Cultural Foundation, Budapest. She also received Suraj Prakash Marwa Sahitya Ratan Award for her literary works. When Rashmi is... I will request everybody who has joined from MS Teams to please keep your microphone on mute. Much appreciated. So when Rashmi is not writing, guess what she's doing? She can be found spending time with her daughter, 2 dogs and plants. तो आज के इस सत्र की शुरुआत हम करेंगे रश्मि भारद्वाज से और ये सत्र बिल्कुल हिंदी में होगा क्योंकि रश्मि ना सिर्फ हिंदी में लिखती हैं मगर वो हिंदी में ही सोचती भी है, हिंदी में ही बोलती भी है, उनकी भावनाएं हिंदी में ही प्रकट होती हैं. तो रश्मि, ये सत्र आपके नाम. सबसे पहले तो आप ये बताएं कि आप कैसे शुरुआत की आपने अपने लिटरेचर की ओर जो आपका झुकाव था वो कैसे आया, कब ये रास्ता ले लिया आपने?
शुक्रिया केना. और आज आप लोगों के बीच यहाँ आकर मुझे सच में बहुत खुशी हो रही है. Though I am also an English literature student, but I would prefer to speak in Hindi because I write in Hindi. तो हिंदी में लिखने और हिंदी को चुनने के लिए भी वो भी एक बहुत बड़ा स्टीरियोटाइप है हमारे समाज में जिसे तोड़े जाने की ज़रूरत है in comparison to English. Though I love English, but still. तो सबसे पहले मैं कुछ फेमिनिज्म या स्त्रीवाद पर बात करते हुए आपके सवाल पर आती हूँ कि 1900 में ये सुगबुगाहट हुई थी जब 15,000 औरतें न्यूयॉर्क में निकल गई थी वोटिंग राइट के लिए, इक्वालिटी राइट के लिए, सेम जॉब पे के लिए कि वी शुड बी गिवन द सेम पावर. और आज दशकों बाद और यहाँ मैं आप सब ऑलरेडी इतनी सफल औरतों के बीच जिन्होंने समाज में अनकन्वेंशनल, मैं इसे अनकन्वेंशनल ही कहूँगी क्योंकि अभी भी हमारे समाज में वैज्ञानिक, इंजीनियर्स औरतें बहुत कम हैं. सामान्य परिवारों में ये मान लिया जाता है कि चूंकि उसे परिवार चलाना है तो ग्रेजुएशन करे, बीएड कर ले या फिर पीएचडी कर ले, पढ़ाने का जॉब, टीचिंग जॉब लड़कियों के लिए सबसे सेफ माना जाता है. ऐसा माना जाता है कि टीचिंग जॉब के साथ वो अपने फैमिली को टाइम देगी. उससे थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ने पे डॉक्टर, कि चलिए डॉक्टर बनेगी तो भी पैसे भी कमा लेगी, फैमिली को भी देख लेगी. लेकिन दिस इज समथिंग विच यू आर डूइंग इज वेरी अनकन्वेंशनल एंड इस सबसे पहले तो इस बात के लिए आप लोगों की तारीफ बनती है. हाँ, तो मैं अपनी बात पर आती हूँ कि इतने दशकों बाद भी हम इंटरनेशनल विमेंस डे मना रहे हैं और हम देख रहे हैं कि हमारे आसपास अभी भी जबकि हम इक्वालिटी की बात करते आए हैं, हमें अब लगता है कि औरतों ने शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, नौकरी के क्षेत्र में एक रिस्पेक्टेबल बराबरी प्राप्त कर ली है. लेकिन फिर भी मुझे लगता है कि अभी रास्ता बहुत लंबा है और जितना औरतें अपने आप को एग्जर्ट कर रही हैं, जितना वो आगे आ रही हैं, अपनी पहचान बना रही हैं, जो हमारा समाज है, आप लोग पेपर पढ़ते हैं, न्यूज़ देखते हैं, राजधानी की न्यूज़ भी देखते होंगे, वो स्त्रियों के लिए उतना ही हिंसक होता जा रहा है. स्त्री द्वेषी समाज में कहूँगी, उनके लिए बायसेस, अनइक्वालिटी और ऐसा मतलब एकदम जो दो जेंडर, विमेन एंड मेन, जो बहुत इक्वल होने चाहिए थे क्योंकि इन दोनों से एक घर बनता है. अमूमन अब तो घर के भी अन्य प्रकार हैं, होमोसेक्सुअलिटी भी है, लेकिन अमूमन एक औरत और एक मर्द मिलकर घर बनाते हैं और ऐसा माना जाता है कि इन दोनों के बीच एक प्यार होगा, एक संतुलन होगा, एक समन्वय होगा. पर कर क्या दिया गया है कि फेमिनिज्म को या फेमिनिस्ट को एंटी मैन बना दिया गया. मैं एक सवाल पूछना चाहूँगी कि आप में से कितनी स्त्रियां सोचती हैं, आप में से कई मुझसे बहुत सीनियर भी हैं, उम्र में भी सीनियर हैं, अपने वर्क प्रोफाइल में भी सीनियर हैं. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू थिंक यू आर अ फेमिनिस्ट? दैट आई एम अ फेमिनिस्ट. अब मुझे कम हाथ क्यों दिख रहे हैं? दरअसल यही दिक्कत है कि जितना हम इतने दिनों से हम फेमिनिज्म पर बात करते आ रहे हैं, हम अधिकार की बात करते आ रहे हैं, लेकिन फेमिनिज्म की जो परिभाषा है शायद हमने कभी उसके अंतः में उसके अंदर उतरने की कोशिश ही नहीं की है। और फेमिनिज्म को मान लिया गया है। एक फेमिनिस्ट औरत बोलते ही, मैं तो लिटरेचर से आई हूँ, मैं तो राइटिंग फील्ड में जहाँ के इंटेलेक्चुअल लोग आते हैं, या जर्नलिज्म भी मेरा फील्ड रहा है, तो उसमें भी जबकि वो इंटेलेक्चुअल हैं, वो मान लेते हैं कि जो ये औरतें हैं, फेमिनिस्ट मीन्स मेल हेटर, फैमिली ब्रेकर, है ना। This is we will address here, मैम, कि मान लेते हैं कि फेमिनिस्ट का मतलब है मेल हेटर, फैमिली ब्रेकर, पर्सनालिटी। अब मैं यहाँ पर बात करूंगी कि आप लोगों ने अदिति या बेल बुक का नाम सुना होगा कि वी शुड ऑल बी फेमिनिस्ट और वी हैव टू बी फेमिनिस्ट। क्यों? एंड बात यहाँ से शुरू करती हूँ कि फेमिनिज्म मतलब ये भी जो आपने कहा कि ह्यूमनिज्म या हम ह्यूमनिस्ट हैं, फेमिनिज्म यही कहता है कि वी विमेन आर ह्यूमन। दिस इज द मेन मोटो ऑफ फेमिनिज्म कि हम औरतें भी इंसान हैं। और फेमिनिज्म कभी भी किसी पुरुष की ना बराबरी चाहता है, मर्दों की या मेल की, ना ही वह ये चाहता है कि उससे हेट करके या उसको इस पृथ्वी से खत्म करके इक्वालिटी में अपनी जो है अपनी सत्ता बना लेनी है। ये एक समाज ऐसी सोसाइटी का सपना है जहां पर औरतें इंसान मानी जाए। और जब मैं इंसान की बात करती हूँ तो इसके बहुत कोनोटेशन आते हैं, क्योंकि आप देखिए कि या तो वुमेन को देवी बना दिया जाता है, माँ हो, देवी हो, घर को बनाने वाली हो, स्ट्रॉन्ग हो, त्यागमयी हो, या फिर वो वैम्प है। एकता कपूर के सीरियल्स याद कीजिए, एक हमारे पास पार्वती भाभी हैं, तुलसी भाभी हैं, और दूसरी वाली जो है वो खूब मेकअप में बड़ी सी बिंदी लगा के, खूब सारा काजल लगा के, वो वैम्प है। तो हाँ, कुमोलिका है। बीच का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। जो चीजें मर्दों के लिए बहुत ही सहज और आसान और एक्सेप्टेबल मानी जाती हैं, बहुत एक्सेप्टेबल, वो औरतों के लिए उनके कैरेक्टर को, उनके ओवरऑल पर्सनालिटी को, हर चीज के असेसमेंट का कारण बन जाती हैं और उनको डीह्यूमनाइज करने का, उनको उनके लेवल, ह्यूमैनिटी के लेवल, मैं ह्यूमैनिटी की ही बात करूंगी, ह्यूमन बीइंग, कि वो ह्यूमन, मैं जो उनका ह्यूमन लेवल है। तो बेसिकली यही है कि फेमिनिज्म ये कहता है कि हम इंसान हैं, हमारे में तमाम ग्रे शेड्स हैं जो एक पुरुष में होते हैं, जो एक इंसान में हो सकते हैं। हम देवी नहीं हैं, हम कोई सुपर ह्यूमन भी नहीं है, हम एक नॉर्मल इंसान हैं जो नॉर्मल इच्छाओं के साथ इस पृथ्वी पर आए हैं। जब ईश्वर ने हमें पैदा किया तो हमें बराबर रखा था, except from our body parts. They haven't discriminated anything. They haven't given us kind of कि ये इस स्ट्रक्चर में तुमको ढलना है, हमें डिग्रेड किया गया है। और आप देखिए कि फेमिनिस्ट खुद को कहना इसलिए भी ज़रूरी है। आप ही नहीं मैम, जो नई लड़कियां हैं, जो बहुत छोटी छोटी लड़कियां अभी नई आ रही हैं, वो भी कहती हैं वी आर नॉट फेमिनिस्ट। मतलब बहुत स्ट्रांगली इस बात को कंडेम करती हैं कि हम फेमिनिस्ट नहीं हैं। जबकि मुझे लगता है कि हर स्त्री जो कहीं भी अपने लिए आवाज़ उठाती है, अपने साथ साथ वो दसों और औरतों के लिए रास्ता बना देती है। आपने अगर पढ़ाई की तो आप अपने साथ अनजाने में, बिना जाने हुए भी, अपनी बेटी, अपनी बहन को तो आपने किया होगा, अनजाने में भी आपने अपने पीछे आने वाली दसों लड़कियों के लिए एक रास्ता बना दिया होगा, जिस पर चलकर अब उनके लिए आना आसान हो गया है। और जब भी वो अपने लिए आवाज उठाती हैं किसी भी छोटे से हक के लिए, जैसे हम लोग बात कर रहे थे विपाशा मैम और मधुचंद्र मैम से, हम बात करते कि वी इवन हैव टू एक्सेप्ट फॉर आवर राइट लाइक टॉयलेट। हमें इतनी छोटी सुविधाएं भी नहीं मिलती। आप में से कितनी ऐसी होंगी कि ट्रैवल में आपने लंबे लंबे समय तक उसको कंट्रोल किया होगा। तो ये कंट्रोल, हमसे हमेशा ये उम्मीद की जाती है कि हम कॉम्प्रोमाइज करें, हम चीज़ों के साथ नेगोशिएट कर लें। हमें एग्जर्ट करने का हक नहीं है। नेगोशिएट करने की शिक्षा हमें बचपन से ही दी जाती है, जो हमें कंडीशनिंग की बात करते हैं। तो वो जो नेगोशिएशन हमारा चलता रहता है समाज से, वो भी पॉजिटिव होता है, उसमें भी मैं कोई नेगेटिविटी नहीं देखती हूँ। मैंने बहुत ऐसी कोई फेमिनिस्ट मैंने आज तक देखी नहीं जो खुद को फेमिनिस्ट कहती है, एंड शी इज अ मेल हेटर और अ चिल्ड्रन हेटर और फैमिली ब्रेकर. I think they have all the quality of women. They are proud to be a women and still they are feminist. जहाँ भी हम न्याय की बात करेंगे, अपने लिए आवाज उठाएंगे, जस्टिस की बात करेंगे, इवन कि अपने कार्य क्षेत्र में या घर में या समाज में, पेट्रोल पंप पे, रास्ते में जब हम गाड़ी चलाते हैं, हमारे लिए जो पुरुषों की नजर होती है बहुत डिफरेंट होती है. देखते ही पहले से ही इस तरह के उनके हाव भाव आ जाते हैं. और बगल में कोई जेंट्स आ गया, कार की खिड़की से आप देखिए तो उसके चेहरे को देखिए, मतलब उनके दिमाग में एक बना हुआ है टैबू कि विमेन कैन नॉट ड्राइव, है ना. तो जब भी आप अपने आप को अलग कहेंगी, अपनी बात कहेंगी, आप फेमिनिस्ट हो जाएंगी. अब मैं किना आपके सवाल पर आती हूँ कि लिटरेचर में जब मैं आई, मतलब मैं शुरुआत में आई थी, तो मेरे लिए एक ये बहुत ग्लोरियस मुझे लगता था कि समथिंग वेरी a world which is different, a kind of a utopia, जहाँ पर औरतें लिखती हैं. वैसे भी लिखती हुई औरतें तो यूं ही बहुत ज़्यादा क्रांतिकारी मान ली जाती हैं, राइटर्स एंड जर्नलिस्ट, एंड मान ली जाती हैं कि ये फेमिनिस्ट हैं और इनसे समाज को कुछ ना कुछ नेगेटिव इफेक्ट ही मिलने वाला है, क्योंकि ये तो ऐसी ऐसी बातें कहेंगी या लिखेंगी कि इनको पढ़ के 4 औरतों का दिमाग खराब हो जाएगा, वो अपने परिवार में विद्रोह कर देंगी. तो एक जो पैट्रियार्की है, हम जिस पैट्रियार्की की बात करते हैं, वो पैट्रियार्की हम औरतों के अंदर भी है, और वो दरअसल बचपन से हमारे अंदर इस तरह से बिठा दी गई है कि हमको पता ही नहीं चलता कि हम किस तरह से उसको अपने अंदर लेके जीते रहते हैं. कई ऐसी चीजें हम अनजाने में करते रहते हैं जिससे कि हमें लगता है कि ये बहुत आम बात है, लेकिन दरअसल वो पैट्रियार्की की कंडीशनिंग है जो हमारे दिमाग में भर दी गई है. वो हम सोच सकते हैं इस बात की, ऐसी कौन सी बात है जब हमें लगा कि एज अ वुमेन वी कैन नॉट डू दिस. ऐसा कभी लगा आपको अपने अंदर कि एज अ वुमेन वी आर नॉट सपोज टू डू दिस? कभी नहीं. किसी को कभी नहीं लगा कि एज अ वुमेन वी आर नॉट सपोज टू डू दिस? It's not about work field, ma'am. It's about life, family. हमें ऐसा most of you are now having a family, kind of children, husband or a lover or a boyfriend or a live-in. तो उसमें भी कई बार ऐसा नहीं होता कि हम हमेशा एक तरह के दबाव में रहते हैं कि हमको वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस करना है, और अगर हम अपने बच्चे को उतना कंपैरेटिवली टाइम नहीं दे पाते हैं तो हम एक गिल्ट फैक्टर में रहते हैं, जबकि हम जो कुछ भी कर रहे होते हैं वो हमारे साथ साथ हमारे परिवार के लिए भी होता है. हम कहीं बाहर जाते हैं अगर 2 या 3 दिनों के लिए, तो हमारे अंदर एक कंडीशनिंग रहती है कि हमें वहां भी होना चाहिए था. दैट इज माई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू. बट अमूमन एक मेल इससे फ्री होता है, वो बैग पैक करता है, वो चला जाता है, वो बैगेज लेके नहीं जाता. पर एक औरत कभी भी अकेली कहीं नहीं जाती, उसके साथ उसका पूरा परिवार उसके सूटकेस में पैक होके जाता है, और यहाँ ऑफिस में आपके पर्स में पैक होके आता है, मोबाइल में आता है, where you are taking care of your kids, you are taking care of your husband and the breakfast and the evening snacks, everything. और इसमें जहाँ भी कहीं भी थोड़ी सी भी कोताही होती है तो हम एक गिल्ट में आते हैं. वो गिल्ट जो है दरअसल वो हमारी कंडीशनिंग है जिससे हमें निकलने की बहुत जरूरत है. कि ना आप सवाल दोबारा रिपीट करेंगी?
We just wanted to also know about your, आपका रुझान कैसे आया और कैसे झुकाव हुआ टुवर्ड्स राइटिंग फेमिनिस्ट लिटरेचर, क्योंकि बहुत लोग ये एक ऐसा टेरेन है जिसपे स्टेप करने के पहले 10 बार सोचते हैं.
हाँ, इवन फैमिली में भी. और मैं तो नॉर्थ इंडिया से बिलोंग करती हूँ, और मैं
लिटरेरी फील्ड में क्रिटिक्स भी बिल्कुल धज्जियां उड़ा देते हैं क्योंकि आपने एक ऐसा संजीदा टॉपिक चुन लिया है.
कैनन ही बहुत है. मतलब मैं आप लोग फिर भी मुझे लगता है कि स्टिल, हालांकि आपको भी उतनी ही दिक्कत होती होगी, क्योंकि हम औरतों को हमेशा प्रूव करते रहना होता है खुद को अंतिम समय तक, अंतिम दम तक. दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम कि हमारी सहजता जो है वो इस सोसाइटी में खत्म हो जाती है, क्योंकि एक जो जेंट्स है वो अमूमन एक बॉय ज्यादा प्रिविलेज होता है, उसको खुद को प्रूव नहीं करना पड़ता. पर लिटरेचर में, जर्नलिज्म में, टीवी में, या फिर आप लोगों के भी फील्ड में, हर जगह कॉर्पोरेट में एक लेडी को हमेशा खुद को प्रूव करते रहना पड़ता है कि शी इज नॉट ओनली अ बॉडी और अ ब्यूटी, शी इज अ ब्रेन टू, एंड शी इज एज इक्वल as productive as a man can be. तो ये बात तो है ही कि इस बार जो आपका हैशटैग भी है विमेंस डे का है, चूज टू चैलेंज। तो ये बात तो मैं कहती ही हूँ कि ये आपको करना पड़ता है, ये हमें करना पड़ता है कि हमें जितना हमारा मेल काउंटर पार्ट करता है उसे डबल एफर्ट देने पड़ते हैं खुद को प्रूव करने के लिए। और हमेशा जरा सा भी चूक और आपको ये सुनना पड़ सकता है कि आप औरत हो इसलिए ऐसा है, आप आपकी जो प्रायोरिटी है वो अलग है। तो ये एक तरह से ये कैनन जो है फैमिली और बाहर लिटरेरी वर्ल्ड, आपके वर्क फील्ड में, मेरे लिए लिटरेचर, आपके लिए एनटीपीसी, तो ये हर जगह हर समय आपके साथ पे रहता है। और दिस समहाउ अफेक्ट्स योर नॉर्मल बिहेवियर कि आपको करना है, आपको दिखना है, आपको हर समय प्रूव करना है खुद को, आपको बताते रहना है कि नहीं मैं कर सकती हूँ। और ये इतना आसान नहीं होता। हमारे यहाँ तो लिटरेचर में जो विमेन है, आप विमेन राइटिंग करके आप देखो, इंग्लिश में भी या हिंदी में भी विमेन राइटिंग करके एक्सक्लूड कर देते हैं, अलग कर देते हैं। और जो पैरामीटर्स हैं वो फिक्स कर दिए हैं कि अगर औरत है पैट्रियार्की के खिलाफ लिखेगी, फैमिली पे लिखेगी, लव पे लिखेगी, बच्चों पे लिखेगी। Why? Women can write on politics, women can write on every other social issue, she can write on environment or everything. बट नहीं, वो मान लेते हैं कि इनकी जो रीडिंग है, इनकी जो दुनिया है, ये घर संसार तक ही सीमित है, इसके आगे इनकी बहुत ज़्यादा पहचान नहीं है। तो वहाँ हमें लगातार प्रूफ करना होता है कि हम हैं। इवन जहाँ तक मैं फैमिली की भी बात कहूँ कि दिस इज़ ऑल्सो वेरी अनकन्वेंशनल फील्ड, जहाँ पर इकोनॉमी की कंपैरिजन में कुछ बहुत ज़्यादा आपको अचीव नहीं होता है। तो पेरेंट्स या फैमिली कभी नहीं चाहेगी कि आप जर्नलिस्ट बनो या राइटर बनो। वो आपके लिए बहुत ट्रेडिशनल, अगर आपने आर्ट्स पढ़ा है, मैं साइंस स्टूडेंट थी और मैंने 12th के बाद साइंस छोड़ दी, मैंने कहा मुझे लिटरेचर पढ़ना है। तो दैट वाज नॉट ए इजी स्टेप टू मी, बिकॉज ये ह्यूमैनिटीज पढ़कर आप ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या कर लोगे। ठीक है, ह्यूमैनिटीज आपने लिया है तो बिहार में, मैं बिहार से हूँ, तो वहाँ कहते चलो ठीक है IAS ऑफिसर बन जाना। मैं कहा मुझे IAS ऑफिसर भी नहीं बनना है, मुझे हार्डकोर लिटरेचर पढ़ना है और जर्नलिज्म में जाना है। तो ये आसान नहीं था, बहुत बहुत मुश्किलें झेलनी पड़ी, बहुत सुनना पड़ा। और अभी भी जब मेरे लिए, जब मैं ये अपने क्या कहते हैं ड्रीम लैंड में आ गई हूँ, तब भी जो मुझे झेलना पड़ता है एज अ वुमेन कि सबसे पहले मुझे देखा जाता है, मेरे मतलब मुझे रिड्यूस करके देखा जाता है मेरी बॉडी में, उसके बाद मेरी राइटिंग मेरे ब्रेन तक आ पाती हूँ। तो दिस इज़ वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट कि वो ये देखते हैं कि अच्छा देखने में कैसी है, अच्छा इसका पास्ट लाइफ क्या है, इसकी राइटिंग में से झांकों की कुछ निकल सकता है कि नहीं, कुछ चटपटा, कुछ मसालेदार, और उसके बाद आपकी राइटिंग को पढ़ा जाता है। तो मतलब एक जेंडर लेंस जो है ना, चमकीला चटकीला जेंडर लेंस लगाकर विमेन राइटिंग को पढ़ा जाता है। आप वो बहुत खुश होंगे अगर आप सेक्स पे लिखो, अगर आप लव मेकिंग सीन्स डिस्क्राइब करो या बच्चों पे लिखो, पर अगर आपने हटकर कुछ लिखा, और क्यों ऐसा थोड़ी है कि औरत जब भी लिखती है वो अपना जीवन लिखती है, वो लिखते हुए बहुत कुछ और हो जाती है, वो बहुत जगह से उठाती है चीज़ें, रॉ मटेरियल वो अपने आसपास के जीवन से उठाती है, अब जिनसे वो रोज का उसका इंटरेक्शन होता है, ऐसी विमेन के लाइफ से उठाती है, पेस और समाज। लेकिन दे आर नॉट रेडी टू एक्सेप्ट इट, बट स्टिल मुझे लगता है कि अभी जो लेखन में चल रहा है, 2000 साल से औरतें लिख रही हैं, राइट फ्रॉम द थेरी था, जब बुद्ध ने थेरियों को अलाउड किया था अपने मठ में आने के लिए, उस समय भी आप देखिए कि थेरियों ने लड़ाई लड़ी थी कि हमें अपने मठ में शामिल कीजिए। बुद्ध नहीं अलाउ करते थे औरतों को, क्योंकि उन्हें लगता था कि वो बैड इन्फ्लुएंस है। अभी भी वो है। हमारे जो आसपास मर्द हैं ज़्यादातर हिंदी पट्टी के हैं, सॉरी मैं ऐसा बोल रही हूँ, पर जो यूपी और ट्रेडिशनल बिहार के जो जेंट्स होते हैं ना, उनकी माइंडसेट जो औरतों के लिए होती है बहुत 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 पैट्रियार्कल होती है। वो अपनी औरतों को घर में, उनकी एक बड़ी पारंपरिक सी औरत स्त्री होती है जो घर में उनको चाय बना के 4 बार दे, उनकी सेवा करे, और फिर वो हमें देखते हैं एक तरफ कि दे कॉलिंग देमसेल्फ लिबरल, दे आर राइटिंग अबाउट द इश्यूज, दे आर रेजिंग देयर वॉइस। तो हम उनके लिए वो क्योंकि सास भी बहुत ही की कोमोलिका जैसे होते हैं, जनरली वी आर द वैम्प्स ऑफ हिंदी लिटरेचर, बट स्टिल अभी का जो समय है वो स्त्री काल है। मैं कहूँगी कि सोशल मीडिया के आने के बाद ऐसी कितनी औरतों को मैं जानती हूँ, हाउसवाइफ्स हैं, उनके हस्बैंड घर चले जाते हैं, टिफिन पैक करके वो दे देती हैं, बच्चों को स्कूल भेज देती है, उसके बाद दे आर फ्री। नाउ द 4-5 आवर्स जब तक उनके बच्चे नहीं लौटते वो उनका है, उसमें वो मज़े से लिखती हैं, पढ़ती हैं। और मैं बताऊँ, उनमें कई ऐसी औरतें हैं जिन्होंने अपनी धीरे धीरे पहचान बना ली। तो सोशल मीडिया के आने के बाद से मुझे लगता है कि औरतों को एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म मिला है जहाँ पे वो अपनी बात कह पा रही हैं, लिख पा रही हैं, और वो सब वो कह पा रही हैं जो शायद वो अपने हस्बैंड से भी ना कह पाए, अपनी किसी दोस्त से भी ना कह पाए, वो सोशल मीडिया पे अपनी बात कह रही हैं। तो बहुत अच्छा ये समय है विमेन के लिए, और इसमें तकनीक का सबसे बड़ा हाथ है।
रश्मि, आपको ऐसा नहीं लगता है कि यही सोशल मीडिया कभी कभी बहुत ज्यादा क्रूअल हो जाता है?
बहुत, औरतों के लिए तो बहुत।
जी, स्पेशली व्हेन इट कम्स टू राइटिंग।
विमेन, मैंने वही बताया ना कि जब एक औरत लिखती है तो एक तो आप औरत हो और आप लिख रहे हो, अभी भी लिखने से इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है, जब आप बोलते हो तो इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है, वो चीज़ें दूर तक जाती हैं, और कई औरतें उस हिसाब से अपने सोच में बदलाव करती हैं, अपने अंदर की कंडीशनिंग को देखती हैं और उस हिसाब से एक्ट करती हैं। तो लिखती हुई औरतों को अभी भी बहुत ज़्यादा समाज में अलग दृष्टि से देखते हैं। जैसे बहुत सारी हमारी सीनियर राइटर हैं जो एक्चुअली जिन्होंने अपनी जगह बनाई है, और तब बनाई है जब ना सोशल मीडिया था, और आज से 25 साल पहले, 30 साल पहले, उन पर भी कुछ जो मेल बैठे होते हैं सोशल मीडिया में, मठाधीश, पैट्रियार्की, द फुल सपोर्टर ऑफ जीते जागते पैट्रियार्की, चलते फिरते, वो ऐसे जैसे उन्होंने किसी को अवार्ड दिया या उनको कोई अवार्ड मिला तो वो उनके बारे में नाम लेकर इतनी घटिया चीज़ें सोशल मीडिया पे लिखते हैं। हम लोगों ने उस पर कई ने बहुत उसका अपोज किया, कई लंबी लंबी हमारी लड़ाइयाँ हुई कि हाउ डेयर यू राइटिंग दिस अबाउट अ वुमन हु इज लाइक हु हैड मेड हर मार्क थ्रू हर ब्रेन, not from her body but her from brain. But दिक्कत यही है कि ना कि they just want to reduce us in a body. आप लिखो, रीतिकाल आप लोगों ने बिहारी और इन सब के दोहे पढ़े होंगे, जब वो औरतों को बिल्कुल वो फिगर में ही रिड्यूस करते थे, तो अब वो उनके दिमाग में है। औरत उनको सिर्फ पहले शरीर दिखती है, देह दिखती है, और वो मानने को तैयार नहीं है कि अगर उसको कोई पुरस्कार मिला तो वो उसने अपने दिमाग से लिया होगा। अगर वो कुछ लिख रही, यहाँ तक कि एक लिखती हुई औरत को ये भी नहीं मानते कि अगर कुछ अच्छा लिख दिया, अरे इसने ये थोड़ी लिखा होगा। अनामिका एक पोएट है, उनकी एक पंक्ति है, और धीरे धीरे अरे इसने थोड़ी ना ये लिखा होगा, किसने लिखा होगा भाई, इतना अच्छा एक औरत लिख कैसे सकती, किसी पुरुष ने लिखा होगा।
रश्मि, ऑल्सो आपने अपनी इस फील्ड में क्या क्या चैलेंजेस फेस किए, जो ऐसे मुश्किलात आपको आए और आपको लगा कि अब ज्यादा हो रहा है लेकिन यू कुड ओवरकम इट?
सबसे पहले तो जैसे मैं खुद एक कस्बाई फैमिली से आई हूँ, पेट्रियार्कल फैमिली है, जो बहुत हालांकि पढ़े लिखे डॉक्टर्स और इंजीनियर्स और प्रोफेसर्स की फैमिली है, पर वुमेन के लिए अभी भी बहुत ट्रेडिशनल है। तो सबसे पहला तो डर यही लगता था कि जिस तरह कुछ लिख दिया जाता है हमारे बारे में या सोशल मीडिया पर लिख दिया जाता है तो फैमिली पढ़ेगी तो क्या सोचेगी। और मैं पढ़ाती थी और पढ़ाती हूँ, तो स्टूडेंट्स, मैं बहुत दिनों तक अपने स्टूडेंट्स को नहीं जोड़ती थी अपने फेसबुक वॉल पर भी। स्टूडेंट्स पढ़ेंगे तो क्या से सोचेंगे, बिकॉज दे सी मी इन क्लासरूम एवरी डे। और अगर मैं मान लो कोई लव पोइट्री ही लिख रही हूँ तो वो फिर उनके दिमाग का माइंडसेट मेरे लिए बदल जाएगा जब वो मुझसे अगली बार, दे मे नॉट टेक मी वेरी सीरियसली। तो सबसे पहले जो मैंने शुरू में ही बात की, कंडीशनिंग हमारे अंदर है जो पैट्रियार्की ने दे दी है। और पैट्रियार्की मतलब मेल नहीं, पैट्रियार्की में आपकी फैमिली है, आपका समाज है, आपकी वो जगह है जहां आप इंटरैक्ट करते हो एवरी डे। आपकी माँ भी पैट्रियार्की का हिस्सा हो जाती हैं, आपकी बहनें, आपकी दोस्त, हर कोई पैट्रियार्की का हिस्सा हो जाता है। इट्स नॉट ओनली अबाउट मेल। मुझे लगता है मेल तो खुद बेचारे पैट्रियार्की के शिकार हैं, क्योंकि उनको बचपन से ही अलग तरह से पाला जाता है। एक लड़की और लड़के में जितना पालने में अंतर घरों में कर दिया जाता है, वो तो खुद बेचारे पैट्रियार्की के शिकार हैं। उनको तो रोने तक की इजाजत नहीं। पत्नी को प्यार करेंगे तो कहेंगे जोरू का गुलाम है। ठीक से पत्नी को कभी वो मेरे एक कॉलोनी में एक अंकल रहते थे, तो उनकी वाइफ जब कपड़े वपड़े धो देती थी तो वो छत पर फैलाने आते थे, तो उनको सब कहते थे कि ये तो अपनी वाइफ का पेटीकोट फैलाता है। तो आप सोचिए कि मेल तो सबसे ज्यादा पैट्रियार्की के शिकार है। माँ, पत्नी कहती है माँ के आंचल में घुसा रहता है, और माँ कहती है कि बीवी का गुलाम है। तो मेल भी हमारी तरह शिकार हैं। और क्या क्वेश्चन था आपका?
What are the challenges
हाँ,
that you have faced?
तो सबसे पहले मुझे अपनी कंडीशनिंग से लड़ना पड़ा, जो पेट्रियार्की मेरे अंदर बैठी हुई थी, जो मेरे को रोकती थी कि मैं ये लिखूंगी तो इसका क्या कॉन्सिक्वेंस हो सकता है, मैं ऐसा कहूंगी तो इसका क्या कॉन्सिक्वेंस हो सकता है। हमें सबसे पहले अपने अंदर अपनी फेमिनिज्म की शुरुआत वहां से होती है जब हम अपने आप से फाइट कर लेते हैं। एंड जब हम निर्णय ले सकते हैं, then we can choose, we can take decision for ourselves without taking consideration of others। जब तक कि हाँ उनका हम कोई अहित ना कर दें, हम उनका कोई हार्म ना कर दें, तो जब तक हम जब अपने लिए डिसीजन लेना सीख जाते हैं तो हम उस कंडीशनिंग को कहीं ना कहीं तोड़ देते हैं कि अगर मुझे ये लिखना है तो दिस इज माय चॉइस, आई विल डू दैट। तो इसको ये जो स्टीरियोटाइप है जो मेरे अंदर ही था, ये जो बॉन्डेज है जो मेरे अंदर ही था, इसको लड़ने में मुझे टाइम लगा। और अब आज टचवुड में कह सकती हूँ कि मुझे जो लिखना होता है मैं लिखती हूँ, और फिर उसके बाद क्या क्रिटिक रिव्यू भी आता है, आई डोंट केयर।
How wonderful. Is it too much to ask for you to share a poetry of yours with us?
कौन सी?
Any which you feel like right now. Also, here all the like August gathering. If you want to ask questions to Rashmi, you're most welcome.
मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगेगा अगर आप सवाल पूछें, क्योंकि ये आपका जो फील्ड है ये मेरे लिए नया है। जबकि मैंने इंजीनियरिंग लड़कियों को पढ़ाया है, पर वो बहुत बर्डिंग लड़कियां हैं जो बहुत ड्रीमी आइज के साथ इंजीनियरिंग में आती हैं, और मैंने वहाँ उनकी भी प्रॉब्लम्स देखी हैं। और आप आज यहाँ सक्सेसफुल, मुझे उसका रिजल्ट यहाँ दिख रही हैं, प्रोडक्ट। तो आई रियली अप्रिशिएट कि आप मुझसे कुछ बात करें या अपना कुछ शेयर करें, तो मुझे अच्छा लगेगा।
हमारे जो साथीगण टीम से जुड़े हैं उनसे भी अनुरोध है कि अगर आप कुछ प्रश्न रश्मि से पूछना चाहें तो प्लीज चैट बॉक्स में डाल दें, या आप अपना हैंड रेज कर सकते हैं।
कि ना मुश्किल ये है कि कविता कौन सी चुनी जाए
जिसके लिए आपको पुरस्कार मिला। इज इट पॉसिबल?
एक्चुअली मुझे किताबों पे ही मिला है, दोनों बुक्स।
वो मैंने अपनी माँ को जन्म दिया।
अच्छा, हाँ।
यस,
आप लोग तब तक पूछ सकते हैं अगर कुछ बात।
सुनीता चौहान मैम ने अपना हाथ रेस किया है। आप अगर प्रश्न पूछना चाहते हैं तो प्लीज अपने आप को अनम्यूट करके पूछें। राजेश शर्मा जी ने भी अपना हाथ रेस किया है। यू मोस्ट वेलकम टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस, प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ। जी सर, बताइए। राजेश सर जी।
Being a father of 2 young daughters and myself being raised in a very patriarchal family or that family, how do I manage? मैम, मुझे तो बेसिकली आज की डेट में समझ नहीं आता। My wife is taking care of kids. मुझे समझ नहीं आता उनकी डिमांड्स का, and I cannot gel with the what you call this, because मेरे साथ ये मेंटल ब्लॉक तो हो गया है। अभी तो आपकी बातें सुन के बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, लेकिन हम अपने आप खुद ही कन्वेंशनल फैमिली में रेज हुए हैं, और अभी इतने वी आर इन द लेट 40s और अर्ली 50s, तो अभी तो इट इज वेरी टफ टू कम टू टर्म्स विद देयर डिमांड्स एंड विद व्हाट दे सीक इन लाइफ एंड व्हाट दे वांट टू गो अबाउट देयर लाइफ। तो इस पे थोड़ा सा प्रकाश डालेंगे तो मैम अच्छा लगेगा।
जी सर, ज़रूर। दरअसल जो ये नई पीढ़ी है, जो मेरी भी बेटी है, शी इज़ ऑल्सो 14 नाउ, तो इनको रेज करना हम लोगों के लिए भी डिफ़िकल्ट है, बीइंग अ मदर, क्योंकि ये जो जनरेशन है ये टोटली मोबाइल पीढ़ी है, और ये 3 साल से तो 2 साल से कोरोना में घर बैठे हुए हैं, तो इनका पूरा सिस्टम ही हिला हुआ है। तो इनके साथ सर सबसे पहले तो बहुत डेमोक्रेटिक बिहेवियर करना पड़ेगा। हम जो जिस तरह से रेज किए गए हैं जनरली, अमूमन जैसे नॉर्थ इंडिया में बच्चे रेज किए जाते हैं कि माँ बाप डंडा लेके रेज करते हैं, माँ बाप बन के, लेकिन यहाँ पर दोस्ती का रवैया रखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जो बाहर की जो टेम्पटेशंस हैं इन बच्चों के लिए बहुत हैं। इनको सिखाने के लिए इंस्टाग्राम पे पूरी एक पीढ़ी बैठी हुई है। वो वहाँ से फेमिनिज्म पढ़ लेते हैं, वो वहाँ से पेरेंटिंग पढ़ लेते हैं, वो वहाँ से अपनी सारी राइट पढ़ के आ जाते हैं। वो आप उनको कुछ बोलोगे उससे पहले वो 10 बात आपको बता देंगे कि दिस इज दिस, दिस इज दिस। तो सबसे पहले तो सुनना सीखना पड़ेगा उन्हें, जो कि आई टेल यू बहुत मुश्किल है बीइंग अ मदर मैं, जबकि इवन आई एम अ राइटर एंड आई एम ट्राइंग टू यू नो बी फ्रेंड विथ माय डॉटर, पर जो एक जनरेशन गैप है वो फिर भी आ जाता है, क्योंकि हमारे जो आइडल्स हैं वो डिफरेंट है। इस इंस्टाग्राम पीढ़ी के आइडल्स जो आप बार बार कह रहे हैं कि एक वो अलग लेवल पर हैं और काफ़ी उनकी डिमांड हो गई है, और उनके अंदर जो एक होता है ना कि डेमोक्रेटिक राइट अपना बहुत जान गए हैं। उनको लगता है कि बहुत छोटी सी उम्र में वो एक आइडेंटिटी है and that identity should be respected. तो यही करना पड़ेगा सर। If we really want to take respect, we have to give them respect, proper respect, और फ्रेंडशिप करनी पड़ेगी, उनकी बातों को सुनना पड़ेगा। इवन अंदर से लग रहा होगा कि लगा के खींच दे एक थप्पड़ फिर भी सुनना पड़ेगा और कोशिश करनी पड़ी होगी कि आप उनको फिर एक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू दीजिए कि देखो ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा भी है। क्योंकि अगर आप नहीं सुनेंगे तो फिर वो आपको बताना छोड़ देंगे, फिर वो वही काम चोरी छिपे करेंगे। और मैंने जो पहले ही बोला कि बाहर टेम्पटेशन बहुत ज़्यादा है, बाहर उनको अलग तरह से लीड कर देने के लिए, एस्ट्रे कर देने के लिए लोग बैठे हुए हैं। तो आप उनके बेस्ट फ्रेंड बनने की कोशिश कीजिए, आप सुनिए, इवन कि आपको ना अच्छा लगे उनकी बात, लेकिन फिर भी सुनिए और धीरे से एक अपना पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू दे दीजिए। वो सोचेंगे, they will definitely listen you, और उनको लगेगा in the point of the time कि this is the person I can rely on.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। रिचा अस्थाना मैम, आप अपने आप को म्यूट करके प्लीज अपना प्रश्न पूछें।
हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। मैं रिचा अस्थाना, कॉर्पोरेट प्लानिंग डिपार्टमेंट से। मैम, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगी, जैसे कि मैं बहुत छोटी डॉटर की मदर हूँ, 13 मंथ्स ओल्ड मेरी डॉटर है। एंड जैसे कि आपने पहले भी बोला कि देयर आर चैलेंजेस, वी हैव टू प्रूव एवरीथिंग दैट वी कैन वर्क या वी कैन परफॉर्म वेल। तो इस टाइप के चैलेंजेस स्पेशली छोटे बच्चे के साथ काफ़ी सारे आते हैं एंड आ रहे हैं। एंड मोर ओवर सेकेंड चीज़, जैसे आपने बोला फेमिनिज्म को नेगेटिव कॉनोटेशन में लिया जाता है, तो उसके रिगार्डिंग आजकल इक्वालिटी को भी ना, बायस को इक्वालिटी का मुखौटा पहना के वी आर टोल्ड दैट यू आर इक्वल सो यू शुड डू दिस, एंड इन दैट नेम वो बायस भी कई बार होते हैं। तो हाउ टू टैकल ऑल दैट?
आपके सवाल पर मुझे फेमिनिज्म में मार्केट बहुत घुस गया है। आई डोंट नो व्हाट डिड यू फील अबाउट द न्यू एड्स, बट एक अभी एड आ रहा है, आप लोगों ने शायद देखा हो, जिस पर बहुत डिबेट हुई सोशल मीडिया पे। प्रेगा न्यूज़ का एक एड है, आप सब बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबल, बहुत सक्सेसफुल वुमेन हो। उसमें 3 तरह की औरतें दिखाई गई हैं। एक लड़की जो प्रेग्नेंट हो गई है और उसको लगता है कि मेरा करियर क्या होगा, और एक बहुत ट्रेडिशनल वुमेन बैठी हुई है जो बहुत हाउसवाइफ जैसी दिख रही है, और एक लैपटॉप लेके बड़ी अल्ट्रा मॉडर्न वुमेन बैठकर वहां पे। अब जो उसमें दिखाया गया है, जानबूझकर उस लेडी को जो लैपटॉप लेके बहुत सक्सेसफुल कॉर्पोरेट लेडी लग रही है, उसको वैम्प की तरह दिखाया गया कि वो बहुत गंदी तरह से उस ट्रेडिशनल हाउसवाइफ को देख रही है जो अपना बच्चा अपनी गोद में खिला रही है। बाद में एड इस तरह से खत्म होता है कि वो सिविल सर्वेंट है, एंड देन शी सेज कि औरत सब कुछ कर सकती है। अब ये जो सब कुछ कर सकती है ना, मैं बोलूं कि ये बहुत बड़ा एक झुंझुना है जो औरतों को बचपन से पकड़ा दिया जाता है। आई एम प्राउड टू बी अ मदर, आई एम प्राउड टू बी अ वुमन, बट स्टिल आई एम अ ह्यूमन बीइंग टू, who needs my own space too, who wants to have my own decision too sometime. औरतें आजकल ऐसी भी हो सकती हैं जो चुने कि उनको बच्चा नहीं चाहिए, उनकी प्रायोरिटी डिफरेंट हो सकती है। लेकिन आप देखिए कि कितना चेंज आया है अचानक से। हम इक्वालिटी की बात कर रहे हैं ना, मैंने कितने ऐसे मर्द देखे हैं जो बहुत आराम से कहते हैं कि वी डोंट वांट फैमिली, वी डोंट वांट किड्स, पर उनको ऊपर कभी भी क्वेश्चंस नहीं लगाए जाते हैं। हमने सोचा क्यों? गौतम बुद्ध को तो हम पूछते हैं ना, श्री राम जी ने अपनी बीवी को छोड़ दिया, हम उनको पूछते हैं ना, और ऐसे कितने उदाहरण है, सॉरी प्रधानमंत्री जी भी। तो बात यह है कि वहाँ वो एक्सेप्टेड है क्योंकि वो उनकी चॉइस है। पर अगर किसी स्त्री ने ये चॉइस कर लिया, ये निर्णय ले लिया, तो हम उन्हें क्यों ऐसा दिखाते हैं कि वो विलन है? और वो जानबूझकर उस लेडी को ऐसा पोर्ट्रे किया गया है कि शी इज हेटिंग दैट हाउसवाइफ, जबकि ऐसा नहीं है। मुझे लगता है कि सिस्टरहुड का कॉन्सेप्ट ही ऐसा आया है कि वी आर रिस्पेक्टिंग ईच अदर, वी आर रिस्पेक्टिंग ईच अदर लाइफ, आवर प्रायोरिटी, अगर किसी का माँ बनने का डिसीजन है वो भी उतना ही रिस्पेक्टेड है जितना कि एक किसी स्त्री का माँ नहीं बनने का डिसीजन। क्योंकि माँ बनना, मैं बोलूं कि वुमेन के लाइफ को आउटवर्ड टर्न कर देता है। इट्स नॉट ओनली कि सब कुछ बदल जाता है, एकदम से पूरा जीवन ही बदल जाता है। आपकी पूरी प्रायोरिटी, आपकी पूरी लाइफ एकदम से उल्टी हो जाती है। हार्मोनल चेंजेस और बॉडी में चेंजेस की तो बात ही रहने दीजिए कि उसके बाद आपको याद हो वो साल याद करिए जब आप नए आपका बच्चा था और आपको कितना चिड़चिड़ापन लगता था, आपको कितना इरिटेशन लगता था। और अगर आपने इवन कि आप लीव पे थी घर में, पर फिर भी समटाइम यू मस्ट बी फीलिंग अनप्रोडक्टिव। इवन इफ यू आर फीडिंग योर बेबी स्टिल यू आर फीलिंग अनप्रोडक्टिव, ऐसा फील होता है। और आप सबों को तो लीव मिलता है, हम इतने प्रिविलेज हो सकते हैं कि हम ऐसी भी औरतें हैं जिनको अपनी नौकरी छोड़ कर 3-3, 4-4 साल पीछे हो जाना पड़ा और नई शुरुआत करने जब गई तो वो नए मार्केट में एक्सेप्टेड ही नहीं थी। उनका सब कुछ एक झटके में खत्म हो गया। एक अभी हाल फिलहाल मेरे पास एक लड़की का फोन आया, वो जर्नलिस्ट थी। और ये सारे जो लेबर फील्ड हैं ये बहुत अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड हैं। इसमें कोई भी सुविधा स्त्री के लिए नहीं है। आप आज जॉब कर रहे हो, हर दिन बेस्ट दो, अगर आपने 6 महीने साल भर की छुट्टी ली फिर आप फिनिश हैं, आप कहीं नहीं है। तो वो जर्नलिस्ट थी और बहुत क्रांतिकारी तेवर वाली लड़की, खूब लिखती थी, खूब पढ़ती थी। अब उसकी एक बेटी है। उसका एक दिन मेरे पास फोन आया कि मुझे कभी कभी इतनी घुटन होती है कि मुझे लगता है, जबकि और मुझे गिल्ट फीलिंग भी साथ में होता है, घुटन और गिल्ट दोनों, कि मैं बच्ची को पाल रही हूँ, वो मेरी जिम्मेदारी है एंड मैं बहुत प्रोडक्टिव काम कर रही हूँ, पर फिर भी मुझसे मेरा मैं ही छूटता जा रहा है। मुझे लगता है मैं कहीं गुम हो गई हूँ। तो आप मुझे प्लीज कुछ भी, जो भी कहीं भी लिखने का चांस होगा, ट्रांसलेशन का चांस होगा, मुझे जरूर बताइएगा दीदी। तो I can relate with that because I also went to the same page. I was also a journalist and I took 3-year gap just to raise my kid. क्योंकि मैं नहीं कर सकती थी अपने बच्ची के साथ जर्नलिज्म जैसा जॉब या राइटिंग जैसा काम। तो 3 साल जो मैं घर में बैठी, तो मैं वो समझ सकती हूँ कि एक नई माँ को क्या बायसेस झेलने पड़ते हैं और किस तरह से हर एक चीज की। और बच्चा बड़ा भी हो जाए तो अंततः तो होता फादर का ही है, राइट? तो उसका फादर का ही ज्यादा बनता है, फादर के नाम से ही वो जाना जाता है। एक स्त्री जिसने अपना पूरा जीवन दे दिया, उसके बाद भी वो होता अपने फादर का ज्यादा है, उसका पूरा। तो मैं पूरी तरह से आपसे सहमत हूँ कि 13 महीने की बच्ची के साथ आपको किस तरह से समाज में क्या क्या झेलना पड़ता होगा, परिवार में क्या क्या झेलना पड़ता होगा और आपसे क्या क्या उम्मीदें की जाती होंगी। आप अगर आप जॉब करती हैं तो आप कोशिश करें कि आप अपने काम पर भी थोड़ा ध्यान दे पाएं, वर्क फ्रॉम होम की सुविधा अगर आप ले सकती हैं, और साथ में आप अपनी हॉबी भी कुछ डेवलप करें जिससे कि आपकी लाइफ में कुछ मीनिंग आए। ये बहुत जरूरी है।
बहुत धन्यवाद रश्मि। हमारे पास अभी 5 मिनट और है इस फर्स्ट सेशन के लिए, और हमारे जो नेक्स्ट सेशन के गेस्ट हैं, स्क्वाड्रन लीडर सिमरनजीत कौर और विंग कमांडर मनीषा पति हमारे साथ मीटिंग में ज्वाइन कर चुके हैं और हम 12 बजे उनका सेशन शुरू करेंगे। वी वेलकम यू हरसिमरनजीत कौर एंड मनीषा पति। वील टेक 5 to 7 more minutes to begin with the next session। और ये पहला सत्र बिल्कुल अपनी समाप्ति की ओर है। रश्मि जी it will be great if we wrap the session with that beautiful poem of yours, Rashmi.
Actually, पोएम पढ़ना चूज करना कुछ ऐसा हो जाता है जैसे अपने सारे बच्चों में से किसी एक को चुन लूं कि क्या पढ़ूं, इसलिए मैं इसको स्केप करना चाह रही थी। But if you have any question, you can ask.
बिल्कुल मैम, माइक्रोफोन ऑन कर लीजिए सो दैट टीम्स में आवाज जा सके।
Somebody wants to start writing at this age without any formal
Ma'am, make a blog and just start.
तो हाँ, मतलब any tips for that? Like,
हाँ मैम, आप ब्लॉग बना लीजिए, सोशल मीडिया पर, इंस्टाग्राम पर अपनी आईडी बना लीजिए एंड स्टार्ट राइटिंग। वो मे बी इनिशियली यू विल गेट 1 reader, 2 reader, 3 reader, बट एक जो सेटिस्फैक्शन होता है वो वहाँ से मिलना शुरू हो जाएगा। दरअसल एक चीज़ मैं यहाँ और कहूँगी कि मैं खुद जर्नलिस्ट हूँ या प्रोफेसर हूँ, लेकिन एक कुछ और भी होना चाहिए हम लोगों की लाइफ में जो हमें मीनिंग दे। पेंटिंग हो, गार्डनिंग हो, राइटिंग हो, म्यूजिक हो, क्योंकि एक समय ऐसा आएगा, और औरतों के साथ सबसे दिक्कत होती है कि एक समय के बाद जब हमारे सारे कर्तव्य दायित्व पूरे हो जाते हैं तो हम कहीं अकेले छूट जाते हैं। बच्चे, परिवार, और एक समय के बाद हमारा रिलेशनशिप भी ग्रो कर जाता है या थोड़ा सा डिमिनिश जैसा ही हो जाता है जब दो बूढ़े आपस में रहने लगते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है उस समय एक औरत के लिए हॉबी होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि विमेन के साथ ऐसा लाइफ, उनकी ऐसी लाइफ हो जाती है, उनका हमारे इंडिया में खास करके जो इस तरह है कि वो बहुत जल्दी अपने आप को ओल्ड महसूस करने लगती हैं। तो वो जो एक हॉबी है, वो जो एक सम अदर रीज़न टू लिव, वो आपको अंदर से वो ताकत देता रहेगा कि आई हैव टू फेस दिस लाइफ।
ऑसम। एक प्रश्न आया हुआ है हमारे पास चैट बॉक्स में, हम ये लेते हैं, उसके बाद आप जी
कविता छोड़ दी।
नहीं बिल्कुल, जैसी आपकी मर्जी, एब्सोल्युटली। हम अक्सर पुरुषों को दोष देते हैं कि वो महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ने नहीं देते, पर क्या ये सच नहीं है कि हम खुद भी इसमें भागीदार हैं?
ये भी मैं बोलना चाहती थी, मेरे दिमाग से मिस हो गया कि एक बड़ा कॉमन पैट्रियार्की का ये है कि औरत ही औरत की दुश्मन होती है, जबकि मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत गढ़ी गई बात है। आप अपने जीवन में, मेरे साथ भी ऐसा बहुत हुआ कि बहुत सारा ऐसे समय आया जब मुझे किसी औरत से ही बहुत ख़राब एक्सपीरियंस हुआ और मुझे किसी विमेन के कारण ही डिमिनिश फील हुआ या लो फील हुआ। बट देन आई रिमेम्बर्ड ऑल दोज वुमेन हु स्टूड फॉर मी, हु स्टूड विद मी व्हेन इन माय बैड टाइम। और हम सब के जीवन में ऐसी औरतें होती हैं। हमारी माँ से शुरू करते हैं, जिन्होंने हमें जीवन दिया, से लेकर टीचर और हमारी सबसे बेस्ट फ्रेंड। मुझे मेरा तो ये अनुभव है, पता नहीं आपका है कि नहीं, कि जितना आप अपने बॉयफ्रेंड को नहीं कह पाते, हस्बैंड को नहीं कह पाते, उतना आप अपनी बेस्ट फ्रेंड से शेयर कर लेते हैं। तो ये बात सच है कि पैट्रियार्की ने बहुत सारी अपनी एजेंट छोड़ रखी है। गांव में एक मुखिया होता है, वो बाहर बैठ के हुक्का गुरगुराता है और अंदर सारा उसका जो तंत्र है, उसका जो पावर है, वो उसकी पत्नी और जिठानियाँ और सब मिलके संभालते हैं, नई औरतों, नई बहुओं को टॉर्चर करते हैं। ये हर फैमिली में होता है। किचन पॉलिटिक्स होती है, जहाँ पे औरतें ही औरतों को डिमिनिश करती हैं। कॉर्पोरेट फील्ड में ऐसा होता है, हर जगह होता है, लेकिन वो एजेंट हैं। उन्हें ऐसा दिमाग में डाल दिया गया है कि तुम्हारी कॉम्पिटिटर एक वुमेन है, जबकि ऐसा नहीं है। कॉम्पिटिटर नहीं है। अगर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे और हम अपने साथ 10 औरतों को आगे बढ़ाएंगे तो हम एक स्ट्रॉन्ग बॉन्ड बनाते हैं, हम एक सीढ़ी बनते हैं, एक बहुत मजबूत माला की तरह हम उभर कर आते हैं। तो सिस्टरहुड बहुत बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है फेमिनिज्म के लिए, कि इवन कि हमारे कुछ बैड एक्सपीरियंस हो, लेकिन हम देखें कि हम किस तरह से किसी और औरत के लिए खड़े हो सकते हैं उसके बैड टाइम में, इवन हमें उससे भी बुरा अनुभव मिला हो तब भी। क्योंकि जिस समय उसको ज़रूरत होती है, उस समय शायद एक औरत होने के नाते हम ही उसका समझ सकते हैं। और कहीं नहीं, पुरुष का तो कहा ही नहीं है, मैंने पहले से कहा है कि इट्स नॉट अगेंस्ट मेल। हम तो पुरुषों के खिलाफ नहीं, अगर हम उनके खिलाफ हो जाएंगे तो हम पति कहाँ से लाएंगे, प्रेमी कहाँ से लाएंगे, हमारा भाई कौन होगा, हमारे पिता कौन होंगे। इट्स अबाउट द मेंटालिटी, इट्स अबाउट देयर माइंडसेट, जो उनके अंदर भी फीड किया गया है और हमारे अंदर भी फीड किया गया है। हम उसके खिलाफ हैं।
एक आखिरी प्रश्न इसके साथ खत्म करेंगे ये सत्र। आपको लगता है कि रिकग्निशन, फेलिसिटेशन, पुरस्कार, इससे कहीं ना कहीं बहुत उम्मीद मिलती है, हौसला मिलता है अच्छा काम करने का? जैसे ज्ञानपीठ पुरस्कार के बाद आपकी लाइफ में क्या चेंज आया मेजर?
हाँ, क्योंकि मैंने पहले ही कहा कि हिंदी में लिखना इतना आसान नहीं होता है। रिकग्निशन मिलना राइटर्स को बहुत मुश्किल होता है, बोथ लैंग्वेजेस। तो शुरू में आप ऐसा लगता है जैसे तैर रहे होते हो किसी तालाब में और आप मतलब आपको घुटन हो रही है, आपको दूसरा किनारा नहीं मिल रहा है। लेकिन एक पुरस्कार मिल गया नवलेखन, तो उससे मुझे लोग जानने लगे, उन्होंने मुझे सीरियस लेना शुरू किया, मुझे पढ़ना शुरू किया। हालांकि इन पुरस्कारों की भी बहुत राजनीति है, आई टेल यू, और इसी वजह से इनको कभी भी ऐसे सामान्य दृष्टि से नहीं देखा जाता। लेकिन फिर भी हर किसी को पुरस्कार राजनीति से ही नहीं मिलता है। कई लोगों को बस सिर्फ और सिर्फ उनकी प्रतिभा के कारण मिलता है, और ये कुछ नहीं है, बस ये एक, जैसे आप किसी को पीठ थपथपा कर कह दो ना कि यू आर डूइंग गुड, तो इतना भी काफी होता है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रश्मि इस सत्र के लिए। आपने अपने थॉट्स शेयर किए, अपने जीवन के उन पहलुओं को हमारे सामने रखा जिससे हम अभी तक वाकिफ नहीं थे। यू वेरी इंस्पायरिंग, योर जर्नी इज वेरी इंस्पायरिंग, और इससे हमें बहुत हिम्मत मिलती है। बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप हमारे साथ आज इस एनटीपीसी विमेन लीडरशिप कॉन्क्लेव में जुड़े। बहुत आभार
आप सबके बीच, और आप सबसे बात करके सच में बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे।
And now we move ahead into the second session of the day, where we have two amazing women icons joining us from, guess where? Their base camps. So we have Squadron Leader Harsimranjeet Kaur and Wing Commander Manisha Pati joining us from Indian Air Force, one of the sessions that was long awaited. These two young women leaders have trailblazed, they are torch bearers, and they inspire us in so many ways. हरसिमरन जी और मनीषा जी, आप प्लीज अपना वीडियो और ऑडियो दोनों ऑन कर लें. Here's welcoming you, Manisha ma'am, Harsimranjeet ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. This means so much. We don't have words. I know these are sensitive times. The Ukraine-Russia war is on, and these are not very good times for you all to spare your busy, schedule for us. But then still you did. It means a lot. We're very grateful to both of you and to Indian Air Force as well. Let me introduce to you Squadron Leader Harsimranjeet Kaur. She's the second generation officer, comes from Army background. She did her BTech in Electronics and Communication, and she has had 6 years of service in IAF in Flying Branch. She has flown 3 different aircrafts. Wing Commander Manisha Pati of Administration Branch. She has multifarious experience of 20 years of service. Specializing in HR, she is a para jumper and also a fitness enthusiast, and she enjoys baking and cooking. Very heartening for you all to join. Now we would begin by asking both of you, one by one, if you could address what inspired you to join Indian Air Force. It is very unconventional of Indian women to choose a difficult field like this. Yet you did, and you've made your mark also all this while. So both of you, if you could tell us about your journey.
Hi, Kena. Firstly, it is a proud privilege for me to be amongst you. And I am thankful to my organization that I have got an opportunity to air my views. And I hope it will be an amazing session and we will all learn from each other. Kena, coming to your question, I belong to a very civil background. I am the first generation officer here. And it is the disciplined life, the aura of the officers, what I have come across in my childhood, which inspired me. And uncle of mine, a close friend of my father, was a colonel, and he used to tell me ki it's a wonderful life and you should give a thought. And also when I used to participate in various activities in my schools and college days, friends used to tell ki you will always go for some unconventional job profile. It will not be the regular ones, like those times it was that line of teaching or doctor or being an engineer is the most conventional profession ladies used to opt. But my friends used to tell me ki I will do something different. And this blue uniform always inspired me. The adventurous and disciplined life of the armed forces was what was awesome, and that is what because of which I joined Air Force.
How beautiful. Even we are in awe of the blue uniform. We salute you, really. What about you, Manisha ma'am? Sorry, Harsimranjeet ma'am. Yes.
Hi, thank you for having me here. And first of all, a very happy Women's Day to all the amazing women. And it is a proud privilege, yes, given by Indian Air Force to me to be with you guys. And coming on to your question, as I told you that I'm second generation officer from my family, and I'm talking about a little girl of 4-year-old who used to wear long father's uniform, just to fit in with those shining stars. My father is from Army, so
okay.
That's where I got the inspiration that I want this uniform no matter what. So from that point, there is no other option was there for me. So and for Indian Air Force, being in defense background, I had a touch with the Indian Air Force as well, and the style and I am from Flying Branch, so definitely my heart's stays close to the aircrafts. So the entire lifestyle, as Manisha ma'am covered, the discipline, the way you conduct yourself definitely sets you apart from normal crowd. So yeah, that was the inspiration, my family and the aircrafts.
Did at any point of time you felt that, the training is way too hard for you? Or did you always feel you belonged there?
If you talk about training, definitely training is meant to be hard. If training is not hard, then you will not become the officers you are supposed to be. You one day you have to lead men, and you have to lead them to the war and to subsequent aspects. Not only war, but there are so many aspects. So yes, training is supposed to be hard, and we were mentally prepared. This is going to happen, and we have to do it. There is no other option.
Totally get that. What about you, Manisha ma'am? How has your training been?
Here I would like to add, it's more of the mental ability than the physical ability actually. When you are mentally prepared, the physical difficulties you easily overcome. So when you are ready, when you have opted for it, it doesn't appear to be very hard. Yeah, it is definitely hard. Then only you are conditioned, then only you are prepared for the further life in Air Force. So training part is definitely hard, but when you are mentally ready to accept the hardship, it becomes so very easy.
How wonderfully put. I would also like to know, we would like to know where the challenge in front of you was way too big and still you could overcome it. If you could narrate one or two such instances from your journey so far.
See, challenges per se, it is the challenges everybody faces in whatever walk of life whatever profession they opt. Here the challenges firstly during the training period is to match up with the physical requirement you are required to meet. Coming from a purely civilian background, it was like gradual training and the conditioning which was done there prepared me for this. Challenges per se, there are, I would say, it is like any other profession. It's not that everybody in Air Force or everybody in armed forces goes to the front with arms in their hands and has a one-to-one combat. It's not like that. In my branch, in Indian Air Force, I'm an administrative officer. So it is mainly the HR part and various administrative related job I do, which per se challenges, during training definitely, and during in the work field as such, there is not too many challenges. It is as good as anybody else who has come out of their homes and opted for a profession outside their homes.
What about you, Harsimranji?
If you talk about challenge in Indian Air Force, what I would like to add is every day is a new day and every day you face a new challenge. So narrating one particular incident would be difficult for me. However, as ma'am explained about Adam branch, I would like to add upon for the flying branch, because flying is something that includes so many things. It includes the technical challenges, it includes the mission briefs, the challenges, how you are going to, make your profile in order to achieve some tasking. So there are challenges. So in order to overcome that, you have to, gradually or keep on, reading or studying, or you have to be on the ball every time. So narrating one particular incident will not suffice the challenge part. But however, yet you are as you grow in service, you will get to know how to face the challenges, and ultimately it comes to the preparation part, I would say.
That is the best part, Kena. Actually, I would like to say that challenges, it is the challenges every day we face. Some new task, some new portfolio, some new activity you are supposed to do. It is every day there is something new you are doing. It is not the regular work. The opportunity, that is the best part of Air Force, which it gives, that you are doing something new every day. Like we are meeting you guys in this forum. This is a new task for us. So it's challenges. If you call it challenges, then it is challenges. Otherwise, it's a part of life, part of profession. That's it.
Correct. It is.
Okay,
It is
so-
just
Yeah.
because just one more thing. This is a very common norm that Forge is there just to fight a war. But one thing I would you used your platform to explain that war is not the extreme thing. There are in order to go for that war, you need preparation at so many levels. So we are going through those levels. So that is what I'm talking about. That challenges and preparation, it's never gets over for Air Force, or rather armed forces.
Completely agree. Thank you so much for that. Okay, but let me put the question in some other way. Did you ever get a feeling that the kind of challenges you have come across, say in career, say day-to-day challenges, and even in your personal life, have been different from your male counterparts?
Well, I don't think so. That is again a good part of this Indian Air Force, that it is the professionalism, the competence, the efficiency of the individual which matters. It is not the gender or gender role, which gender you have, what matters in Air Force. It is purely merit and professionalism and how good you are at work. That is what matters. So comparing myself, like we never get this kind of environment ki we think that we are something less than male counterparts, or we are not having any bias, or we have any difference as such, and we have got any difficulties because of the gender is minimal in this organization. That is the best part. And generally we don't like I generally have not felt that difficulty in Air Force.
In fact, we've had officers joining us from Army and Navy and Air Force in past years also. And every time they have reiterated the fact that this is one institution in India which is absolutely merit-based, and everything is, it's equal opportunity for everyone.
Yeah, completely in agreement.
But what about your personal life, ma'am? Did you ever feel in your daily, social behavior, did you experience a sort of a differentiation, if not discrimination, anywhere at any level?
Discrimination as such, see, first of all, the best part is being an officer in armed forces. You are always in a high esteem. You are always in the upper rung of the entire administrative structure. So, per se, social pressure as such is there is no. It's like any other society, any other working environment. So, whether it is professional or social life, it is more or less same. It's not difficult. Like what we general perception of people is there is something very different in armed forces. It's not like that. It's a normal working environment, equal opportunities, equal social and professional responsibilities. So personal front, I don't think there is any issues as such.
Would you like to add on, Manisha, ma'am?
Manisha, okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Actually.
No problem.
My apologies.
Just most of the things Manisha ma'am had covered, but I just want to tell you one thing, that once you wear the uniform, then there is no gender. In organization like ours, there is no gender once you wear the uniform. Then what matters is your competency. Okay, how competence, how professional you are, that is what is recognized. If you are competent, more competent, then I don't think so gender is going to play any kind of role, And moreover, as ma'am said, in an organization like Indian Air Force, there is no gender bias. The same treatment which my male counterpart is getting, I'm going to get the same. If I did something good, I'm going to get a good pat that good, you have done something great. And if I have done something wrong, then I'm going to face the repercussion for that. And same is for male counterpart. There is no selective, to-do list for women officers and to-do list for male officers. It is just the officers, or there is no gender. So most of the women have never felt, whosoever have joined the forces have felt such kind of biasness. And if you talk about the personal life, yes, because you have to be more dedicated to your service. So from the normal civil environment, I would say a notch more you have to give to your service. That I will accept. But it never hampered your personal life, because definitely if we are serving, so Forge is going to take care of you and your professional life personal life as well.
How wonderful. If I were to ask you to give us 3 best things that you like about being in Forge, what would it be?
It is the option to exercise your choice and have adventure in your profession and enjoy the entire journey of reaching somewhere, of achieving your dreams. I would say that. Like the kind of adventure activities, the kind of opportunities, diverse opportunities we get, and the quality of people that we work with, that is awesome. That is, I think, the best part of this organization.
Wonderful. How about you, Harsimranjeet ma'am?
As we are developing, the Indian Air Force is developing as well. So the induction of new aircraft, new technology, I am sure you will not get to see when you are, in outworld. So the machinery which we are getting nowadays, it's marvelous. To operate in those machinery, it's like a dream come true. Number one. Number two, yes, you get adventurous life. As I told you, you don't know your next day what is going to happen. So every day brings a new surprise package for you. So it is full of surprises and adventure, which you enjoy. And third, personally, I like is I get to go to places just because of my organization. I have been to so many places which I've never dreamt of. So these are the main 3 amazing things about Indian Air Force.
Which also brings me to the question, Harsimranjeet ma'am, that when you first got onto your aircraft and were given the opportunity to fly, how was it? And how has it been? Please tell us something about your flying experience.
I you about my training time only, but training includes a lot of physical activities, and thereafter eventually graduating to your flying training. So I remember my takeoff with my instructor. It's on Pilates, and the instructor used to sit behind. He just said that remove your hands from the controls and just look outside. And for the first time when we took off, and there are so many clouds, and we flew there was this rainbow jiske andar se hum gaye the, and that experience is still, when I close my eyes, I can relive that moment again and again. So I remember that is from my training stage, because that was the first time when I sat in the aircraft. So this is the best I could tell you. Rest is, I have been experiencing a lot of good things, but that incident is, that experience I can recall anytime. It's still fresh in my memory.
It shows, it absolutely shows on your face, the glow on the face, the sparkle in the eyes, it speaks for it. Which was your most amazing flying experience? And then we come to Manisha ma'am for a question.
I have operated overseas for, and Andamans also, and in the northeast sector. So I would say totally different flying, but both of the flying have their own uniqueness. So I cannot explain the nitty-gritties, but yes, the experience overseas and experience on the northeast sectors is marvelous. You know, you're flying inside between the mountains, and you see the highest peak of Kanchenjunga and Mount Everest from your aircraft. What else you want, I would say.
We can only imagine. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Did it get scary sometime?
It is not scary, but yes, you as I told you, no, you keep on practicing. There are so many procedures are said that you have to stick to that. If you are sticking to your procedures, then you have nothing to scared of.
Now we know. Manisha ma'am, we'd like to know from you. I mean, this is a very basic question. You would find it very basic, but do you ever get this FOMO feeling, FOMO, fear of missing out, because you're not allowed, the protocols do not allow you to come on social media. The protocols do not allow you to, get in public appearances, or you need to defend your persona a little by virtue of you being an officer of Indian Air Force. So do you get this fear of missing out sometimes?
No, not really. See, in wherever you are working, there is some rules and regulations to follow. There are some parameters you have to stick to. There is a discipline. That is what the armed forces is all about. That you lead a disciplined life. You are clear of the objectives. Here, social media is maybe you share your views, you share things. You show your talents at times, but we have adequate platforms to do that, and we have adequate social setup to make friends with and be comfortable with each other, whether it is entertainment, whether it is physical fitness, whether it is any other requirement that a common man requires. Everything is taken care of. So social media per se, I can always see things, I can always view things. Maybe I am restricted to air my views or restricted to connect too much in social media. But that part you can say we may miss out. But it is up to you. See, I have opted for armed forces. It is armed forces didn't want me. I wanted to join. So the limitations part, the discipline part, I have to stick to it.
Thank you.
I would see, like NTPC. If you have opted for NTPC, all you staff in NTPC, you know that you might be posted to a remote place. You might get certain difficulties in bringing up your family. So all these pros and cons of the organization will always be there. So missing out per se, I won't say it is missing out. Yes, the interaction, the usage is less and it is restricted. But missing out as such, I won't say I am missing out anything.
That's about Indian Air Force, which is very inspiring. Thank you for bringing that point out, because like you said, even in NTPC, the setup is almost similar, quite a bit similar. We chose NTPC, and therefore what comes with it comes with it. It has been our choice. Yeah. We have about 5 to 6 minutes more before we wrap the session. It's open for question and answers from the August audience present over here, those who have joined from MS Teams, YouTube. Please put your questions, raise your hands, unmute yourself, and the panel will be happy to address. Yes, Pooja, please go ahead.
Yeah, hello, ma'am. It is a privilege to be speaking to you all. I have a small question. As we just discussed that we in NTPC also have quite a bit similar situations and circumstances. I would like to ask you that we get quite disturbed when we are transferred and relocated. But in the Army and the Air Force, this is like a norm, like every 2 or 3 years you get to move on to a new location. So how, being a working woman, do you make yourself comfortable and accommodate yourself in a new place? How do you smoothen out the process, or what in your organization supports that movement? If you could elaborate a little bit on this. Thank you.
See, it's like the HR policies in Air Force is very streamlined. first of all. Secondly, when at every level you generally know the job profile and the kind of environment you are working, you generally know it's not a very huge organization. It is a close kind of family. And whenever you get posted out, the infrastructure, the resources available in the station generally caters to your requirement. Wherever you go, there are good education facilities. Accommodation is not a big problem. And transfer as such, see, again, it is like we opted for it. These are the disadvantages of armed forces, that we will get posted in 2 to 3 years. But we are prepared for this. And small issues, the teething problem happens when you are going to a new place. Small issues will happen, but that generally is sorted out in no time. And more or less every Air Force station is similar. Role is similar. Most flying stations, there will be aircraft. If it is a technical base, then there will be repair work carried out. So again, you know the nature of the station. So you are mentally prepared. And the first and foremost thing is, when you are mentally prepared, when you are ready for it to face those problems, then it doesn't appear to be a problem for you. So you are ready for it. Over to you, Harmanjeet.
Ma'am, I have nothing to add. And transfer, I feel it's a good part, because you get a new exposure, new place, new challenges and adventures set ahead of you. So that is the mindset, you go with it. So, and settling down is not an issue, because even if you change your house from one same place and from one house to another, that is the hitch. Otherwise, settling down, I don't see any problem in Indian Air Force. As ma'am covered that infrastructure, everything is same. People are going to be same as in different people with same mindset. So you don't have any problem in settling down.
And see, I am from administrative branch, so I take care of all these issues, like like Harmanjeet the flies. So I take care of the issues related to her being comfortable in the station, her housing, her personal requirement. So administration branch as such looks after the people so well that generally the postings and all are not a problem actually.
Exactly. You have people, Air Force have set the everything in an organized manner. You have somebody somewhere to, take care of yourself in a professional way. So there is no issue.
Thank you so much, Pooja. Thank you so much to the guests. Do we have more questions here in the room? Yes, so one of our eminent speakers who's here with us, Ms. Rashmi Bharadwaj, she'd like to ask a question. Yes, please go ahead, Rashmi.
Hello, it's from both of you. It's very nice to listen to you. And yes, you were right that your Air Force or the whole system give you a kind of a support, and which is like makes your life easy. But what about the family life? And is there any clash between your responsibility as a woman, as a mother, as a wife, or with the family, or with the workforce? How do you manage that? Is there any kind of challenge or some kind of thing that you have missed out as a woman, as a family person?
I don't think so. Again, the HR policy is so good. We actually, maybe this is one of the organization which makes co-location a priority. It is mostly all women officers are co-located. The top echelons make sure that all women officers are posted along with their families, and it is. I don't think there is any issue of co-location as such. Family, again, education facilities are there. Adequate education facilities, whether it is Air Force School, whether it is Kendra Vidyalaya. Education is no issues, accommodation is no issues, and when family, your husband, your kids are taken care of, And case to case basis, in case of any extended family requirement, again, the policies are very liberal and very accommodating. So things are taken care of in this organization, I would say.
Thank you so much, Rashmi. And with this, I think we have come to the wrap of the session. We are really honored, both Manisha ma'am and Harsimratjeet ma'am. Thank you for joining us. You do not know this could be just a half an hour for you, but for us, it stays with us for a long, long time, maybe a lifetime. You're very inspiring, both of you. And on behalf of NTPC, on behalf of the nation, here's a salute from all of us.
Thank you, Kena, and happy Women's Day to all the lovely ladies here.
Thank you. Have a great day ahead. Yeah,
You
bye-bye.
have Women's Day.
Bye. Thank you so much. And so without any further ado, we will not take a break. We will begin with the third session right away. I take the opportunity to once again welcome our very favorite Dr. Anjana Vinod. I call her very favorite because she's also a favorite of many of the training sessions that she has taken for NTPC in past. And now, if you permit, ma'am, I will take the opportunity to introduce you formally as well. An MDP from IIM Bangalore, Dr. Anjana comes with 3 decades of corporate training experience. She has appeared on the cover page of Passion Vista, a leading global magazine, as the most admired global Indian. She is also the winner of Economic Times Pioneer of the Year and WEE International Women Empowerment Excellent Award, and so many more, rather. If I were to go on reading out her list of awards, I think I'll go on forever and ever. She has been a TEDx speaker twice, keynote speaker at multiple national and international platforms, a certified coach from ICF PCC level, and the only breast cancer coach in India. She's also a faculty to multiple B schools, in India as well as internationally, and she facilitates and trains on soft skills, leadership, storytelling, EI, and design thinking. With this, over to you, Anjana ma'am. Please take the session forward absolutely the way you want.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to come out purely from a context that आप लोग थके हो या नहीं, मैं थक गई थी बैठ के सुन के. So my first question to all of y'all is, कितनों के पैर में मूंगी आई है? मूंगी आई है बिकॉज काफी देर तक ऐसे ही था ना, पैर हिला नहीं था.
अच्छा वो
नहीं, अच्छा हिलाते रहने से. Chalo, superb. Great. So a warm good morning to every one of y'all and happy Women's Day to each one of y'all. What is this session going to be all about for all of y'all is multiple folds. So what we're going to cover today is we are not only going to talk about Women's Day, we're not only going to talk about women, but we're going to do some good fun as well. Okay. So my assumption is we all had a very heavy breakfast and sitting right now, the breakfast may have settled at a place we don't want it to settle. Correct? So we are going to work towards it and make sure that वो थोड़ा सा ऊपर आके सर की तरफ आ जाए so that we put pressure on the brain and start using it. Are we all ready for this? Super. Okay. So I will just quickly go ahead and share. Do I need to share my screen? जी? प्लीज मुझे एडमिट कर दो. So, are we all set to use our intellectual property जो काफी देर तक हमने यूज नहीं करी थी? Yeah. So मेरा एक सवाल है आप सब लोगों से. Okay, I'm going to ask you a quiz question. Okay, it's a quiz question. It's going to be coming up on the screen for all of you all. There are two boxers. Okay, there are two boxers who are fighting for the world championship. Okay, and this is the 6th round. The challenger wins the fight without any man throwing a punch. How? Wow. Awesome. Absolutely. It was a woman who was fighting. Correct. It was so easy for us to think for a second, how come? Correct? Let's try one more. So there is this massive road accident which happened. The father and son meet with this accident. The father dies on the spot. The son is taken to the hospital. In the operation theater, the entire operation theater is ready. Moment the surgeon walks in, the surgeon says, I can't operate. He's my son. How come? Exactly. The surgeon is a mother. How easy or difficult is it for us to accept that there are professions like this which we may or may not think belong to us? It is very simple for us to think these little things, but these little things make a world of difference.
Thank you, Father. I'm interrupting you. I have to go.
Sure. Thank you so much.
So nice
Pleasure
to
meeting you. Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
No problem. No problem at all. So what we're going to talk about is thinking beyond. And when we talk about thinking beyond, it's about having a growth mindset. So let me tell you all a story. This is a story about a king. Okay. And this king was gifted with a pair of falcons. Falcon is one of the most unique birds that takes a different kind of a height, does different kind of acrobatics and stuff like this. So, acha, Hindi, English, Marathi, Sindhi, Punjabi, Malayalam, choice of 6 languages. Do I stick to English? Hindi and English, both? Okay. English, okay. I speak 6 languages. You want to test? No. डेमो देने के लिए रेडी है क्या? एक ही तो लाइन बोलने का है. नाम क्या है? 3 भाषा में पूछो तो सामने वाले को लगता है सब आता है. तो वेरी सिंपल, ये किंग को किसी ने फैल्कन्स गिफ्ट किया था. ही वाज गिफ्टेड अ पेयर ऑफ फैल्कन्स. नाउ छोटे बेबी फैल्कन्स थे, तो उसने एक आर्किटेक्ट को बुलाया, आर्किटेक्ट बोल रही हूँ, उसने एक ट्रेनर को, बर्ड ट्रेनर को बुलाया और ट्रेनर को बोला, भाई ये ले लो 2 फैल्कन्स, मेक देम द बेस्ट फ्लायबल फैल्कन्स इन द वर्ल्ड. इनसे ऐसे ऐसे एक्रोबैटिक्स कराओ कि लोग देखते रहे. So falcon trainer was also very privileged. He was very happy. He said, thank you so much. He took both the falcons. He went out and he put it on the branch of a tree. 3 months later, he came to the king and he told the king, King, one of your falcons is doing amazingly well. But the other falcon hasn't moved a bit. I have tried everything possible, but the falcon has just not moved. I don't know what to do. And I can't think of anything. So the king got really worried. उसने अपने सारे ministers को बुलाया और ministers को बुला के पूछा कि भाई falcon उड़ नहीं रहा है, करे क्या? So they said, नजर लग गई है आपके falcon को, हम नजर उतारते हैं. तो यज्ञ किया, हवन किया, सब possible चीजें की, पर वो falcon उड़ा नहीं. डॉक्टर्स को बुलाया तो भी फाल्कन उड़ा नहीं. तो अब क्या करना है? तो उसने अनाउंस किया किंग ने कि जो भी मेरे फाल्कन को उड़ा सकता है उसको मैं 10,000 सोने की अशर्फिया दूंगा. तो काफी सारे गांव के लोग आए, कोशिश की उन्होंने, कुछ हुआ नहीं. 2-3 महीने तक कुछ नहीं हुआ. फाइनली एक दिन एक आदमी आया, मिडिल एजेड मैन, एंड ही केम एंड ही टोल्ड द फाल्कन, ही टोल्ड द किंग, मैं ये फाल्कन को उड़ा सकता हूं, आपने कितना इनाम रखा है? उसने बोला 10,000 सोने की अशर्फिया. 25 दोगे तो उड़ाऊंगा. किंग वाज सरप्राइज. ही सेड, इतना कॉन्फिडेंस? बोलते हाँ. तो चलो ठीक है, मैं तुमको 25 दे दूंगा, लेकिन अगर आपने मेरे फैल्कन को नहीं उड़ाया तो जिंदगी भर आप मेरे गुलाम बन के रहेंगे. तीसरा, नो प्रॉब्लम, चलेगा. So the king was quite amazed with the confidence this man had. He said, okay, chalo, let's go. तो क्या क्या चाहिए आपको? बोलता मेरे को थोड़ा सामान चाहिए. He said, call the minister, and he told him, give him whatever he wants and make sure he gets every facility that he needs. So while that man was going, he asked him, Sura, when do I see the falcons fly? Tomorrow evening, 4 o'clock. Huh? Tomorrow evening, 4 o'clock. He said, yeah. So the news spread like wildfire, and everybody in the village gathered there next day in the evening to say, ye udata kaise hai falcons ko. So the king came and he told the falcon trainer that, okay, I'm ready to see the falcons fly. He said, okay, sure, why not? He said 1, 2, and the falcon flew. He flew and he flew and he flew and he flew and he did every single acrobatics he can think of. Everybody was surprised, and so was the king. So he immediately called this falcon trainer and he asked him. He said, take this 10,000, another your 25,000, an additional 10,000. Par mujhe bata ye kiya kaise? He said, very simple. The falcon always had the wings. I just cut his branch. How many of us ladies believe you have the power within you and there is something that is holding you back, जो आपको लगता है आपके लिए सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी? So let me ask you this question. I want you to tell me, who is the most important person in your life? Are we sure? How many of us think myself is the most important person in our life? And if you start thinking that, trust me, you have won 80% of your battle in your life. But generally, that's not how we answer. What do we say? Husband, beta, बाजू वाले का पड़ोसी का husband. मतलब कुछ cases में depends जो जितना handsome हो, but correct. But we always have somebody else who we look up to and never give ourselves a priority. What is very important is we are not going to talk about we have to do things for ourselves. That we definitely have to. But the question is, who is going to give us a priority? Nobody else is going to give us a priority if we don't choose to give ourselves a priority. It's very simple. It's very simple. We have to decide that we want to give ourselves a priority. So I know we all are having soup, but I'm going to ask you guys to drop that for 1 minute. Okay? I want you all to take that notepad that you have and please draw a wheel like this. Can you please go ahead and draw a wheel like this? Now, it takes some few seconds to come up. Okay? And I want you to write around it. I want you to write around it. What are the goals that you aspire to achieve in your life? Could be, you can write any number of goals. It could be a health goal. It could be a home goal, any goal. What is the goal that you aspire to achieve in your life? Please draw this wheel and please write whatever goals you have. Just 1 or 2 goals also, if you write, it's perfectly fine. Ipo venda, the kind of once you have written these goals that you wish to achieve in your life, I want you to just color code it and write what are the amount of efforts you're putting it against each goal. What's the kind of effort you're putting in to achieve each goal? On a scale of 1 to 10, assuming 1 is the minimum and 10 is the maximum, what, according to you, what is the effort you're putting in to achieve this goal? Done? Yeah? very rough. We're not going to spend too much time, just very rough. Okay, now हम लोग में से कितने जन ये मानते हैं कि हम लोग अमर है, जिंदगी में कभी अपन मरने वाला नहीं है? ऐसा कोई है? We all believe we are going to die one day. Correct? Now, if given a choice and if given an option, and I tell you today, write down the last day of your life, whenever you want it to be, how many of y'all will be comfortable to write it down? Will be comfortable to write it down. The last day of your life. Date लिखो, date साल के साथ. सच नहीं होने वाला, टाइम पास के लिए लिखवा रही हूँ, टेंशन मत ले. पता चले काउंटडाउन चालू हो गया इनका, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होना. अरे मैडम नहीं, प्लीज मेरे को घर जाना है, मतलब whatever date you have written. Now I want you to think that date is today. You have reached that date. You are lying down there. There is a white cloth on top of you with lovely flowers around it. I want you to think, what would you like to hear people talk about you? Please write down 3 things you would love to hear people talk about you. वो क्या 3 चीजें आप अपने बारे में सुनना पसंद करेंगे? Please write it down. Done? हमने याद है गोल्स की एक लिस्ट बनाई थी कुछ देर पहले. रिफ्लेक्ट बैक एंड चेक, जहां पे आप एफर्ट्स मार रहे हो वो ये व्हील में कहां बैठता है? The 3 things that you want to hear about yourself, do you think any of your goals talks about it? Are you investing time in the right place? It's a thought I'm going to leave you with. I don't want answers to these questions, but I want you all to think कि लाइफ में हम जिस चीज के लिए स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, मारामारी कर रहे हैं, वो चीज तो हमको जिंदगी में चाहिए ही नहीं, पर फिर भी हम कर रहे हैं. And it is very important that we look at it from that perspective, because that thought process needs to change. I'm going to tell you a very beautiful story. एक कुम्हार था, जो मट्टी के बर्तन बनाता है. एक कुम्हार था एंड वो चिकनी मट्टी डाल के जोर से घुमा के कुछ बना रहा था. तो पीछे से उनकी वाइफ आई और उन्होंने आवाज लगाई, क्या कर रहे हो? बोलता मैं एक चिल्लम बना रहा हूँ. आई डोंट नो इफ यू ऑल नो व्हाट्स अ चिल्लम. वो हुक्का टाइप जो होता है जो गांव में पीते हैं. मैं चिल्लम बना रहा हूँ. तो वाइफ ने बोला क्यों चिल्लम क्यों बना रहे हो? तो उसकी बहुत डिमांड है, लोग मांग मांग के चिल्लम पीते, तो बहुत डिमांड है उसकी, इसके लिए ये चिल्लम बना रहा हूं. तो उसने बोला अरे पर अभी तो गर्मियां आ रही हैं, तो तुम एक सुराई क्यों नहीं बनाते हो? सुराई इज दैट लॉन्ग नेक वाला मटका. तुम सुराई क्यों नहीं बनाते हो? उसकी भी तो डिमांड बहुत है. तो 2 बार सोचता है एंड देन ही अग्रीज. ही सेज हाँ ठीक है, ये भी लॉजिकली इट मेक्स सेंस, तो चलो मैं सुराई बना लेता हूँ. तो जैसे ही उसने सुराई बनाना चालू किया तो चिकनी मट्टी ने इससे बात करना चालू किया. तो soil started talking to him and asked him, क्या बना रहे हो? तो man being a man, irritated, कितनी बार पूछेगी, पीछे टर्न किया तो देखा वाइफ नहीं है. तो ये पूछा किसने सवाल? तो ध्यान से देखता है तो वो गीली मिट्टी उनसे बात कर रही होती है. तो उसको पूछता है, मिट्टी तू पूछ रही है सवाल? हाँ मैं पूछ रही हूँ. क्या सवाल है तेरा? तो तुम बना क्या रहे हो? तो मैं चिल्लम बना रहा हूं. तो अच्छा नहीं सॉरी मैं सुराई बना रहा हूं. अरे तुम डिसाइड कर लो तुम बना क्या रहे हो? नहीं मैं सुराई बना रहा हूं, मुझे याद आ गया. पर पहले तो तुम कुछ और बना रहे थे. हाँ मैं पहले चिल्लम बना रहा था, अब मैं सुराई बना रहा हूं. तो शी वेरी कूलली आस्क्ड हिम, व्हाट मेड यू चेंज योर माइंड? तो ही सेड एक्चुअली आई वाज जस्ट थिंकिंग अबाउट इट एंड अंदर से आवाज आई, so I just thought and I changed my mind. She said, you know what, you just changed your mind but you changed my life. अगर आप चिल्लम बनाते तो मेरे अंदर जलता हुआ कोयला जाता और मैं अंदर से जलती और लोगों को जलाती। लेकिन आपने सुरई बनाई है, मेरे अंदर ठंडा पानी आएगा और मैं लोगों को ठंडक पहुंचाऊंगी। That is what a change can do to you. As women, are we willing to accept change? Is a big question we want to look at. We talk about work-life balance. ये फंडा सुना है, concept सुना है, work-life balance? There is no concept like that. There is no concept called work-life balance because balance का मतलब है एक जगह से निकाल के दूसरे में डालना, दूसरे से निकाल के इसमें डालना, तभी बैलेंस होता है, which clearly means compromise on house, only then work will do good. Compromise on work, only then house will do good. There is no concept of work-life balance. It is called work-life integration, which will take you to the next level. And what is work-life integration? जहां पे जिस चीज की जरूरत पड़ेगी, वहां पे उस चीज के साथ मैं काम करूंगी. I want you all to just reflect back into yourself and answer this question for me. What are the different things on your mind that generally bother you? कौन सी चीजें हैं जो आपको बहुत ज्यादा बॉदर करती है, कॉन्स्टेंटली दिमाग में चलती रहती है? I'm sure लिस्ट बहुत लंबी रहेगी. But if you had to think about the top 2 things, maybe it will be easy for you to shortlist and say, हाँ, मेरी top priority ये 2 चीजें हैं जो हमेशा मुझे bother करती है. How many of us have worked with what is bothering us? We all try to solve that, right? So कितनी बार ऐसे हुआ है लाइफ में कि जो भी आपकी तकलीफ है आपको उसका सोल्यूशन मिला है? Is it always possible? Is it always possible to be positive in life? Let me ask you a more important question. Not possible, correct? It's very normal. It's not possible. Every time you can't be positive, every time you can't keep smiling. Life है. Ups and downs तो आते ही रहेंगे. So I can't be the same at all points of time. But what is very important is it's a choice that you make. And being positive in life always is possible. It depends on how you look at it. हम में से कितने जनों ने चाय या कॉफी कभी पी होगी मग में? करेक्ट? चाय खत्म होने के बाद हम ऐसे चाट के उसका एंड खत्म करते हैं क्या? नहीं. What do we do? थोड़ी चाय बाकी रहती है, right? Now, if you take that cup of tea and if you go below the tap, सबसे पहले overflowing पानी क्या निकलेगा? चाय वाला पानी. और वो कब तक निकलेगा? जब तक पूरा क्लियर नहीं होता. क्लियर होने के बाद चाय वाला पानी निकलेगा. Negativity is like that in your body. My assumption is the average age in this room is 25 because I want to feel young. So, yes. So, if we are looking at an average age, इतने सालों की negativity, 1 घंटे का अंजना का लेक्चर अटेंड करने के बाद कल से मैं पॉजिटिव. 4 दिन के बाद केना को कॉल गया, भाई किसको बुलाया था, कुछ भी पॉजिटिव शेंडी लगा के गए, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता. Correct? Highly possible, right? When we hear a motivational speaker, when we hear somebody, उस वक्त लगता क्या सही बोली यार, बिल्कुल ऐसा ही है. And 4 दिन के बाद क्या लोग कुछ भी बोलते हैं. Because that's normal, right? And that's what life is all about. The question is, how do I stay positive all the time? I'm going to give you the golden mantra of life. Life revolves around 3 circles. The first one is called the circle of control. If you live a life in this circle, you can never be negative or lose out in life. It's called the circle of control. Anything and everything which is in your control, you will do. The second one is called the circle of influence. A circle of influence is nothing but something which is not in your control, but you can influence and get it done. So say, for example, I wanted to talk to Pooja. I met her during this program. We became good friends and I want to talk to her. Example, seriously mat lena. I will not call you. So, assuming that I want to talk to her, we became very good friends. I'm really missing Pooja. And I keep calling her, but she doesn't pick up my phone. Is her picking up the phone in my control? So then what Anjana does, Anjana starts silking. बस यही दोस्ती होती है. अपना मतलब निकल गया, अब तो फोन ही नहीं उठाएगी. And I start thinking. And 150 negative thoughts will come to my mind. Everything which may not be true with Pooja. It's not in my control, but I am worrying about it. I'm bothering about it, and it is bringing me down. So I start operating from the circle of influence, which is I will call up Kenna and say, hey, Kenna, you know what? Is Pooja around? हाँ, मेरे सामने ही है. Can you please tell her to call me? I need to speak to her urgently. 1 minute. Pooja, Anjana wants to talk to you. Please call her up. Tell her I'll call her back. My circle of influence. What is not in my control is she calling me. But what is in my control is making sure she knows she has to call me. And I did that. So I used my circle of influence to get that message across. She still doesn't call me. Then I operate from the circle of concern. मेरे से ही कुछ गलती हुएगी, मेरे सारे दोस्ती ऐसे, खराबी मेरे अंदर ही है. मतलब धरती फटे घुस जाओ अंदर, जितने ऊपर है उतने ही नीचे. How many times have we cursed ourselves, died of guilt of doing this? कितनी बार तो ऐसे हुआ है कि हमें कारण ही नहीं पता है, but yet we are very happy to blame ourselves for something like that. And that's where we lose our entire focus. What is important is, are you operating from circle of control? जहां आपको कोई भी situation में ऐसे लगे कि I have a problem, please figure out, is it in your control? If it is, do it. Can you influence somebody to get it done? Great, use it. But if it is something which is not in your control, you can't do it, it's a circle of concern. If you start operating from that circle, happiness, success, positivity, good health, relaxation in life is at the airport, हर flight के साथ निकलता जाता है. It will never come to. So as women, what is very important is, are we operating from that circle of control? How many of us have ever been guilty in life for something? We all have, right? We all have. किसी न किसी चीज के वजह से हमने कभी ना कभी किसी न किसी चीज का guilt है. What is the best way to get out of guilt? Any idea? Don't care. Okay. That's a good attitude to have. Lovely. Anything else that comes to your mind? That's a brilliant thought, but take action. Simple. Take action. You are guilty of not doing certain things. Do it. It's never too late to get out of that guilt space. 90% of the time we are suffering from guilt because we only do certain things which keeps playing on the back of my mind. How do I self-motivate myself? Is there a simple way of doing it? Well, the answer is yes, there is a simple way of doing it. And simple is nothing else but an acronym for self-motivation. SIMPLE. That is how I can self-motivate myself. S stands for self-talk. What you tell yourself culminates into a reality. How often does it happen कि आपको सर दर्द होता है तो हम generally क्या बोलते हैं? I have a headache. Correct? I am not keeping well. Correct? यही बोलते हैं हम कर क्या रहे हैं? हम एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं और वो बीमारी को ओन कर रहे हैं. मेरा हक है. I'm not keeping well. कैसे जाने दूं बीमारी को? What is very important is, can I change the language that I speak with myself? Instead of saying I have an headache, I am going through an headache. Because the moment you say going through, that means it's going to go away after a certain point of time. Correct? So it means it's going to move out of your domain and it is going to exit from a certain place. Very important is, what do we tell ourselves? How often do we use language which are structurally acceptable language? So let me try this. I want all of you all to look at my face. Please, all of you look at my face. Please don't look at my bindi. Don't look at my bindi. know why you looked at my bindi? Because that's how the human brain works. पहले वो चेक करेगा, अच्छा बिंदी इसको बोलते हैं, नहीं देखने. That's exactly how a human brain functions. It first validates what you want him to do, not do, and then it doesn't do it. So what is very important is, what do you tell yourself? कितनी बार हमने अपने आप को बोला है कि मुझे पतला होना है, और कितनी बार हमने बोला हमको मोटा नहीं होना. करेक्ट? हमें मोटा नहीं होना. मैं बहुत मोटी हूं, मुझे मोटा नहीं होना. तो व्हाट द ब्रेन से, पहले मोटे होके दिखा, फिर मैं बताऊंगा पतली क्या होता. Every time you use a language, every time you say something which is definitely not connecting with you, or you want it, please tell it directly. Let's try it. I want all of you all to look at my face. Please look at my specs. Difficult था? Right? Because जो चाहिए था मैंने वही बोला और आपने वही किया. And that's exactly how the human brain works. Self-talk is one of the key essentials. आप अपने आप को क्या बोलते हो? What are you telling yourself? How are you telling yourself creates a large impact on what people think about it. The moment you start feeling guilty, you start feeling pity on yourself, the world shows it to you tenfold. But the moment you are confident about yourself, the world looks at it that way. The second important thing is influence. How are you creating an influence on yourself or on people around? How many of us believe that we are good influencers? Trust me, you are. Trust me, you are. अच्छा, tell me one thing. आप में से कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जिनसे लाइफ में किसी ने कोई सलाह नहीं मांगी है? ऐसे हुआ? सर, मैम आपसे कभी किसी ने नहीं आपसे किसी ने नहीं आपसे किसी ने रोड की डायरेक्शन मांगी है? It's as simple as that. No. I'm well. वो तो कोई बात नहीं, वो तो हम लोग भी बोलते हैं राइट लेके राइट जाओ, वापस आ जाना, तब तक मैं 4 से पूछ के रखती हूँ. हाँ, अच्छा, ओके, राइट जाओ, वेरी गुड. और वो गया भी होगा. We as women are very powerful influencers. The question is, do we consider ourselves as an influencer? Influence का मतलब ये नहीं है कि you have to be somebody great to create an aura, create a stuff like this. Influence simply means अगर आपने कुछ बोला और किसी ने सुन लिया, means he found value and merit in what you said. As simple as ये navy blue trouser के साथ blue shirt जाएगा क्या? हाँ जाएगा. You are an influencer. Because उन्होंने सुना, right? He found it meritful. That's why he asked you. Now, influence, unfortunately for us, the word इतना बड़ा word लगता है हमको कि वो level पे होंगे तो ही influence कर सकेंगे, नहीं तो नहीं कर सकते. That's not the reality. Each one of you is an influencer in your own state. Make a commitment. When you want to become a self-motivated person, when you want to push yourself beyond a certain limit, what is very important is how committed are you to what you are telling yourself? It all begins with a very simple thing. एक यंत्र है जो हमारे सबके जिंदगी में है, और वो यंत्र इतना एडवांस हो गया है कि हम उसको बहुत बखूबी यूज करते हैं. It is called the alarm clock, which comes with a feature of snooze. We keep an alarm for getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, 5 minutes, thap. You know what? Our commitment our whole system collapses at that. When कितनी बार लाइफ में ऐसे हुआ है कि you are coming up with a challenging thing, or you're trying to do something really big, and at that point of time आपको ऐसा लगता है नहीं, I don't think I can do this. Self-doubt कभी-कभी लाइफ में सबको हुआ है. You know why that happens? It happens because आपका दिमाग आपको ये बोलता है 5 बजे का अलार्म लगा के 10 बार स्नूज करती है, जो उठ नहीं सकती टाइम पे, वो जिंदगी में क्या करेगी? The simple trick is, you want to get up at 5:15, keep an alarm for 5:15. When you start acknowledging every single commitment you give yourself, you will start living a life you want to live for yourself. Can I talk positively to myself? Can I not own a disease? Can I tell myself things what I can achieve? My mom recently was in the hospital. She wasn't keeping too well. So one of the things she said is, "मेरे को रात भर नींद नहीं आती है." I just couldn't sleep. ऐसे पूरी रात नहीं सोई, नहीं ऐसे बीच बीच में सोई. ऐसे बस वो याद रखना. कोई पूछे नींद आई, सिर्फ ये बोलना हाँ बीच बीच में आई, थोड़ी थोड़ी नींद आई. When you start telling yourself like this, your ownership and accountability to yourself to think positive becomes that much stronger. How many of us have faced this time in life where we feel कि दुनिया में जो बुरा होता है वो मेरे नाम पे लिख के आया है. मतलब एक मुसीबत जाती नहीं है तो दूसरी बैक गेट से आने के लिए रेडी रहती है. We all have faced this in life. Do you know why that happened? Any idea why that happened? So I'm going to tell you a beautiful story. This is something which you will believe, and I'll prove it to you why. So there was a point of time I wanted to come to Delhi. I stay in Mumbai. I wanted to come to Delhi. So मैंने केना को phone किया and केना को बोला कि केना I want to come to Delhi यार. So you know anybody who stays in Delhi? So what's your name, ma'am? And where do you stay? Correct? ठीक है. So I asked केना I want to come to Delhi. कोई पहचान वाला है? So sorry, I missed your name, ma'am. Bipasha. So Kenna said, "अरे Bipasha का घर है यहाँ पे, तू यहाँ पे आजा. She will take care of you." And she spoke to Bipasha ma'am, and Bipasha ma'am said, "No problem." So I called up Bipasha ma'am and I said, "Ma'am, I've reached the airport." हाँ, don't worry, my driver is there only. So Bipasha ma'am ने अपनी गाड़ी भेजी, driver भेजा, मैं उनके घर गई. Moment I reached home, she was waiting for me to come. "Hi, how are you?" बात हुई, खाना हुआ. Evening में she took me out to show the places around. Next day morning उन्होंने बोला आपको कल कितने बजे जाना है सेशन के लिए? तो I said 9 o'clock. "Don't worry, my driver is going to be there. गाड़ी आपके पास 2 दिन रहने दो." All that. What do you think was my experience with her hospitality? Fabulous, right? Superb. I come back to Mumbai, I call up Kenna and I say, "Kenna, thank you so much. Yeah, Bipasha was awesome." 6 महीने बाद मुझे वापस दिल्ली आना है. तो I call up Bipasha ma'am and I say, "Bipasha ma'am, दिल्ली आ रही हूँ." "Arre, this time I'm not in Delhi. I'm going to miss you. I've gone back to Hyderabad." But you know what? Example के लिए कोई मुझे मारना मत. She said, "Pooja stays in Delhi. Pooja के पास चले जाओ." So I said, "Okay." So I call up Pooja and I said, "Pooja, I'm coming to Delhi." हाँ, no problem. Come. मेरे घर में जगह है. You can come. I said, "Okay." So I reach Delhi airport. I call up Pooja. "Pooja, I've reached Delhi." हाँ, Uber लेके आ जा. Address भेजा है तेरे को. Okay. So I take a Uber, somehow figure out, reach her place. तो घर की बेल मारती हूँ. Servant opens the door. So I said, "Pooja ma'am है?" हाँ, वो अंदर है, busy है, आप बैठिए. तो मैं हॉल में बैठती हूँ काफी देर तक, आधा पौना घंटा ऑलमोस्ट, कोई नहीं आता है. Then I finally go and ask the servant. Said, "Pooja ma'am." हाँ, मैम ने बोला है कि आपको वो रूम में बिठाने के लिए, आप वो रूम आपका है, आप वहां चले जाइए, गेस्ट रूम है. तो मैं अपना सामान उठा के गेस्ट रूम में जा रही हूँ. आई सेटल इन द गेस्ट रूम. पानी की बॉटल नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है. आई एम वेरी थर्स्टी. सो आई गो एंड आस्क, मुझे पानी चाहिए. हाँ, वहां पे है कूलर. ओके. सो आई पिक अप द ग्लास, आई टेक माई वाटर, एवरीथिंग. लंच का कोई ठिकाना नहीं है. फाइनली एट अराउंड, आई रीच हर प्लेस एट 12:30. फाइनली एट अराउंड 4 o'clock, Pooja is leaving somewhere and she says, "Hey, hi, welcome. Good you have come. I'm leaving for a function. मेरी किटी है आज, तो मैं जा रही हूँ वहां पे." So I was like, हाँ, okay. So it's like, स्विगी है ना तेरे पास, जो चाहिए ऑर्डर कर लेना. It's like, okay. तो पूजा निकल गई. I am waiting. स्विगी ऑर्डर किया, वो आया, मैंने खाया. And next day morning, 9 o'clock, I have to reach a place. And this place is something very new. I have never been in my life to this place. So morning breakfast table पे I asked Pooja, I said, "I have to go here." हाँ, Uber कर लो. Uber वालों को सब पता. Okay. 2 दिन मैं वहां पे रहती हूँ स्विगी के भरोसे. एंड उसके बाद मैं वापस बॉम्बे आ जाती हूँ. 1 हफ्ते बाद, व्हाट्स योर नेम मैम? रचना. सो रचना मैम का मेरे को फोन आता है. "अरे हाय, मैं दिल्ली जा रही हूँ." व्हाट डू यू थिंक आई एम गोइंग टू टेल हर? दुनिया में किसके भी घर रहना, पूजा के घर मत जाना. करेक्ट? Isn't it normal for me to say that? Correct? Why? Because that's been my experience. ऐसा है ना, बीमारियों का भी यही है और प्रॉब्लम्स का भी वही है. जितना आप रोते रहोगे, हाय मेरी जिंदगी, हाय मेरा प्रॉब्लम, हाय मेरा पैसा, हाय मेरा ये, you are welcoming it, you are giving it so much of importance, you are acknowledging it so much. Do you think वो आपको छोड़ के जाएगा? मैं तो जिंदगी में जब भी दिल्ली आऊं पहला कॉल बिपाशा को करूंगी, because I was so welcomed. And that's exactly what we're talking about. If you want to be positive in life, think about everything that you want to live with, not what you not want to live with. When we talk about learn, make sure if you never want to die of Alzheimer's, one exercise that I tell everybody to do is make sure you use both sides of your brain and you exercise your brain. No rocket science. मैं ये नहीं बोल रही हूँ एक्सरसाइज योर ब्रेन मीन्स कल से आप दिमाग के बलबूते पे चलना चालू करो. नहीं नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं करना. मैं नहीं करती, मैं किसी को करवाती भी नहीं. So very simple. What you need to do is, if you genuinely want to exercise your brain, a very simple technique is called the opposites technique. अगर आप everyday watch right हाथ में पहनते हो, एक दिन watch left हाथ में पहनो. अगर आप एवरीडे सुबह को उठते हो, सबसे पहले ब्रश करते हो, उसके बाद अपनी टंग क्लीन करते हो, रिवर्स द साइकिल वन. एवरीडे यू गो टू वर्क, यू कैरी योर बैग ऑन योर राइट हैंड, वन एंटायर डे कैरी द बैग ऑन योर लेफ्ट हैंड. Do one thing in a day which you don't do normally for more than 4 hours in that day, and you will see the difference, because irritation starts. Every day, try writing with the opposite or your non-dominant hand one page. हम रोज normally चलते हैं तो ऐसे ही चलते हैं. We all walk ahead. One day, start walking 15 steps behind every day. It activates those hormones in your brains which make you think differently. You will never have Alzheimer's in your life because your brain wiring has started working. Last but not the least is emotions and inspiration. How emotionally can you get connected? Let's accept one simple fact. It is okay to cry. It is okay to struggle in life. It is okay to feel bad. It is okay to lose. It is okay. Unfortunately, women are considered superhuman. That's how we portray ourselves. It's okay. Don't worry. It's perfectly fine to feel let down, to feel low. What is not okay is to stay with that emotion for a prolonged period of time. बुरा लगता है, गुस्सा आता है, no problem. रोना है, no problem. But bounce back thinking, which circle are you operating from if you genuinely want to come up in life and think differently for yourself. So let's do a very quick quiz. What, according to you, is the fastest animal in the jungle? Cheetah? Okay. What, according to you, is the tallest animal in the jungle? Giraffe? We all agree with that? Lovely. What, according to you, is the largest animal in the jungle? Elephant? Lovely. What, according to you, is the heaviest animal in the jungle? Hippopotamus? Okay. What, according to you, is the most beautiful animal in the jungle? Peacock? Who is the king of the jungle? We are talking about having a lioness's mentality. कुछ नहीं है उसके पास, but yet she's the most powerful animal in the jungle. The queen is always the lioness. We are talking about having a lioness's mentality. What is a lioness's mentality? What does it mean? It means very simple. As women, we all need to have a lioness's mentality. Number one is fearless and courage. When I say fearless and courage to face certain things which I feel I may or may not be able to run through, but no harm in trying. Like a lioness is fearless to face any challenge, as women, if you want to have a lioness's mentality, start challenging yourself. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा? I will not succeed, right? उससे ज़्यादा तो कुछ नहीं हो सकता. At least make an attempt. Number two is certainty. A lioness is always clear on what animal she's going to attack. झुंड का झुंड भाग रहा है, लेकिन a lioness exactly knows which animal she's going to catch. Certainty clearly means no matter what happens, I will be able to achieve the goal I want to achieve. Freedom to choose, select what you want to do. But freedom in terms of not only your personal freedom, but also freedom for others to choose as we move along. As mothers, as wives, as sisters, as daughters, we all run with a sense of responsibility. I will never deny that fact. Women are privileged to have these honors that you get, which is perfectly fine. But make sure you decide what you want. Let the world not impose it on you. Protective. A lioness is very protective of her family, just like the way we women are. A lioness mentality clearly means making your choices, being protective about not only your family, but also about yourself. Putting your point forward and telling people what they want. Last but not the least is competencies. How competent are we to struggle and come up in life? What are we doing to polish our skills? What are we doing to take us to the next level? If I had to ask you, what was the last thing you ever learned in life that you didn't know? You learned in life that you didn't know. And when was it? हाँ, मेरे को ये मत बोलना मैंने टीम्स चलाना सीखा अभी लॉकडाउन में. वो तो सीखा ही है. But what have, if you had to pinpoint and say, मैंने ये लॉकडाउन में ये सीखा जो मुझे नहीं आता था. हाँ. हाँ. So there's a very interesting thing. बॉम्बे में जब लॉकडाउन लगा था, one of my friends, she stays with 2 kids, husband and herself. 4 जन घर में रहते हैं. भाई वगैरह आना बंद हो गया था. So very clearly she said, you know what, Anjana, I'm very proud of myself. I said, oh really? Why? So she said, मैंने सबको responsibilities दे दी. So my husband has to take care of sweeping, swapping. My kid has to take care of the vessels. One kid has to take care of the clothes. I take care of the entire cooking. हमने घर में सबने responsibilities बांट दी. मतलब very good. I'm so proud of you. लॉकडाउन खत्म हो गया, भाइयां वापस आ गई. एक दिन इसका फोन आया. I'm very upset in life यार. मतलब हुआ क्या? यार मैं इतनी यूज्ड टू हो गई थी, मेरा हस्बैंड इतना अच्छा झाड़ू कटका करता था, अब ये बाई को मेरे से संभाला नहीं जा रहा. अब मैं उसको कैसे बोलूं साहब से जाके सीखो, वो ज्यादा अच्छा करते हैं. So what is very important is, are you adding a new skill to your kitty which you are very proud of, or something that you can bank on and rely on is something that you need to look at. What is very important is, when we talk about a lioness mentality, other people will not walk the walk for you. You have to walk the walk for yourself. And it's your choice that you take. If you want to lead a life of your choice, you have to do things that you can take ownership, accountability, responsibility of everything that you can do. But that's only possible. That's only possible if you learn to fly. How many of us love to fly here? Why not? Because fly means first love yourself. Are you willing to first love yourself? Because only when you start loving yourself will you start thinking differently, and the can't in whatever statement you make can be cut if you start thinking positively about yourself. So what we are talking about when we talk about positivity and when we are talking about thinking newness in life is the 3 R's I'm going to leave you with. 3 R's that I'm going to leave you with is reflect, reinvent, and reboot. It's time of the year, ladies. Think about it. Reflect on what are the things that you committed to yourself when you were a child. What are the things you promised yourself when you were willing to do a certain thing? Are you willing to reinvent yourself? Are you willing to rethink about who you are and what you want to be? And if you are ready with that, reboot. But stop One thing. Driving the BMW. How many of us love the BMW as a car? मतलब हो नहीं हो doesn't matter. How many of us love BMW as a car? Very luxurious car. सबको ऐसा लगता है एक तो बाहर खड़ी होनी चाहिए भले चले ना चले. Correct? सफेद हाथी. But I am very clearly saying, don't own a BMW. What's a BMW? Blaming, mourning, and whining. Stop telling yourself and feeling guilty about certain things. When you stop driving the BMW, there are a lot of positive things that can happen in life. And majority of the problems that have happen in people's life are only for two reasons. Life पे problem सिर्फ दो चीजों के वजह से होते. Number one, we keep thinking and we don't take action. Number two, we take action without thinking. That's the only reason why we have problems in life. Do we all agree with that? There is no other reason to have a problem in life. But the question is, are we even willing to go ahead and explore and look at it from that perspective? Because the moment we start looking at things from that perspective, no matter what gender you are, you will still become very positive and you will look at things differently. It's time to lift the lid. It's time to lift the lid. What does that mean? When we talk about lift, it's about leveraging your strength, making sure that there is an intention to do certain things. Fail fabulously. Never think कि अगर ये होगा और मैं नहीं कर पाई तो क्या होगा? कोशिश तो की. At least make that attempt, and it's okay to fail fabulously and raise the bar for yourself. Make sure that you raise the bar, train yourself, develop yourself accordingly. And the lid that I'm talking about that you need to lift is your limiting beliefs that I am not good at certain things. Stop believing that you are not good at it. I is about inaction, taking and leaving the society behind. How often do we say, "Log kya kahenge? Wo kya sochegi mere bare mein?" Really doesn't matter. And last but not the least is making sure that you take the decisions and the dire consequences and the fear that we live with is taken care of. And all this is possible when we start defining words in a different manner. How many of us feel fail is a negative word? अगर हम fail बोले तो एक negative annotation आता है, right? हार गया. That's what fail means. But can we look at it from a different perspective? First attempt in learning. Can I change the meaning of the word fail? Can I go ahead and change the meaning of the word end? Can I change the meaning of the word end? Because end means efforts never die. No matter what, how often has it happened कि आपने बचपन में कुछ सीखा है and आज भी आपको वो काम आता है? Maybe with our kids, maybe with our this thing. And we never thought that we would ever use this skill. The next important word is no. When we hear no, we feel completely disconnected. We feel, "Arey, why no?" It purely means next opportunity that is waiting to knock at your door. And last but not the least is we call it the grind. And when we call it the grind, what we are saying is get ready. It's a new day, a new beginning that will take us to the next level. Can I start looking at these from a completely different perspective? So I'm going to end today's session very quickly with a story. This is a story about a king, and he had two kids, one boy, one girl, both marriageable age. And the king very coolly went ahead and So the king went ahead and he made an announcement in the nearby villages and he said, anybody, any common man who wants to get married to my son or my daughter, come for a competition on so-and-so day. I will run a contest. Winner of this competition can get married to my son or my daughter. Who doesn't want to be the king's family member? On the day of the competition, the entire castle is buzzing with people. Young boys, girls who want to get married to the king's son and daughter are all there. The king goes up on the stage and he says, oh, by the way, I forgot to make an announcement. Any common man who wants to get married to my son or my daughter will be entitled for $1 billion in your bank account, 1 lakh acres of land, a mansion, and a Ferrari as a wedding gift for yours to keep, no questions asked. Suddenly, rumors started spreading across in the buzz. Defective ring, iske liye itna de raha hai. Why would the king give so much? So the king hears these rumors and he says, you know what, before you decide, I'm going to call my son and daughter on the stage. You please meet them and then you can take a call. So the daughter comes up on the stage, the son comes up on the stage walking very normally. So people know that problem nahi hai. Suddenly another rumor. Hakli rahegi, hakli. He must be stammering. Ya baat karne mein problem hogi. So the king says, okay, you know what? Why don't you say what kind of a guy do you want? Why don't you say what kind of a girl do you want? And accordingly, make your choices. So the girl comes and opens her mouth and she says what kind of a guy she wants. All the men in the audience have their jaws dropped because the moment she lifted her veil to say who she is, complete combination of Sunny Leone, Katrina Kaif to the likes of it. So beautiful. And the moment she started talking, a nightingale's voice. They didn't want her to stop. The moment the guy came up on the stage, can give a chase to Ranveer Singh, Ranveer Kapoor to the likes of it. And the moment he started talking, he can give Amitabh Bachchan a chase for money. Such a beautiful voice. Now everybody started believing king genuine hai. Chalo, let's look at the proceedings. Let's get married. What is the competition? So king says, please come to the backyard. And he takes everybody to the backyard. And backyard mein king ne around 8 feet deep, 8 feet long, 800 meters long and around 12 feet deep, he's dug a huge hole, like a swimming pool. It has water in it, the swimming pool. So king says, I'm going to stand in this corner. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3. I'm going to fire the gun. You have to jump from here. Whoever comes out as a winner on the other side will get to marry my son or my daughter. Everybody is surprised. 800 meters, item paisa dono. Yes. Okay, great. Super. So they all are standing there and the king says 1, 2, and before he presses the trigger, there's a helicopter which goes on top, throwing alligators and crocodiles inside the swimming pool. So people who are standing there look at it and say, Jaan hai to do Sunny Leone on marega, kaun kudega? People move behind. And in the whole commotion, there is one splash in the water. So there is one man who frantically swims and emerges as a winner on the other side. The king is super impressed. So the king immediately says, please bring him here. I want to know what is the motivation behind jumping in a pool full of alligators and crocodiles. How did you manage? What was the motivation? I want to talk to that man. Please bring him here. This person, trembling in fear, fully drenched, looks at the king and the king says, young man, I want to know what is the motivation? What made you jump in the pool full of alligators and crocodiles? This man, trembling in fear, looks at the king, looks around. Kaun sala mere ko dhakka mara? And to everyone's sheer surprise, one man raises his hand and he comes forward and he says, Maine dhakka mara. So the king turns and it comes out that he is the father of that child. So the king says, you're so greedy. मतलब इतनी लालच कि तुमने अपने बच्चे को ही. He says, no, I am not greedy. I don't want your money. I don't want anything. Like, then why did you push your child? He said, because I knew his capabilities. The only thing he lacked was that one. I knew if I pushed him, moment he enters the water, no matter whether you put alligators, crocodiles, sharkfish, doesn't matter. I have confidence in the capability of the swimming abilities of my son. He will emerge as a winner out there. The reason I'm ending today's workshop with this story is because each one of you here is going to get that push in your life. Family, kids, superiors, peers, colleagues, parents, brothers, sisters, anybody. Because they can see the capability that you have, which in this rut of life, you may have forgotten to believe and see in yourself. I'm going to leave you only with one thought. Ever in life, ladies, if you ever get pushed, don't turn to God and say, Yaar, why me? Smile, look eye to eye, and say, anytime, try me. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, what can I even say? Every time it's after Dr. Anjana Vinod's session that I guess get goosebumps. The kind of stories that you narrate, the kind of energy that you infuse in us, you're phenomenal. And I wonder, how do you get and contain this energy in you always? You talk to her at 3 o'clock in the midnight, you'll find her with the same energy. In the morning, in the evening. I wonder if she even sleeps. Thank you so much, Dr. Anjana Vinod. I have no words. On behalf of NTPC PMI, all the participants over here, and on behalf of this conclave, thank you. You made it very, very special. And your stories shall remain with us for a long, long time. Like it said, it in fact reminds me of the Atticus quote, which says, she never needed a knight. She just needed a sword. And thank you for passing the sword to us. So with this, we come to the wrap of the forenoon session. And we have 2 more very interesting sessions lined up ahead after the lunch, which will not be in the physical mode though. But please do join us for the online sessions by Dr. Arjuna Shukla, 3 p.m. and Momala Nayak at 4 p.m. Let's break for lunch here. Thank you so much. And yes, there's also a little token of appreciation for all of you. I would request Mayank and Pushpendra to please give away the book and this little thing that we have for you to all of the participants. Don't close the meeting. Everybody who is here with us on MS Teams and YouTube, we'll meet again at 3 o'clock. If you want, you may stay here. If you want, you may leave the meeting room and please join back on time, 2:45. Have a good lunch and come back.
वो ना मुझे भड़काना शुरू कर दिया।
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the next session of the Ntpc Leadership Conclave. We'll be starting in about 3 minutes from now, sharp at 3 o'clock. The guest of honor for today's session, this particular session, Dr. Arjuna Shukla, is already here in the meeting room. And if you are in the middle of something, probably you can just quickly grab a cup of coffee and tea and come back and be here, join us. We'll be starting in 2 minutes from now. So once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. We are in the fourth session of the day. It is an absolute privilege for us to have Dr. Arjuna Shukla joining us from IIM Lucknow. I would request our General Manager from PMI, Ms. Rachna Singh Bhal, to please welcome our esteemed guest of the day on behalf of Ntpc.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
It is indeed a matter of great privilege and pride for us that you accepted our invitation and you are here to address our Ntpc women fellow colleagues. So thank you so much, ma'am. for being here, coming here, and it would be really a great moment for us to listen to you. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Rachna ma'am, for doing the honors. Just to give you a context, Dr. Shukla, we started the conclave today at 10 a.m. and we have had 3 speakers so far. We have had women leaders from a corporate consultancy, from the Indian Air Force, from Hindi literature, Gyanpith awardees joining us in the first session. Post lunch, this is the session, one of the sessions we had long been waiting for. So thank you very much for acceding to our request. Let me please take the opportunity to introduce Dr. Arjuna Shukla to all of you. She is obviously, everybody knows that, she's the director of IIM Lucknow. She has been a professor of organizational behavior in the Human Resource Management Group at the Institute. She obtained a PhD in organizational behavior from IIT Kanpur and has more than 30 years of experience in teaching and research. She has been a very keen researcher, has authored several books and research papers. She has been the recipient of the first chairman of Dr. Ishwal Dayar Chair for Futuristic Issues in the Behavioral Sciences. This is just the least, of the entire legacy that she has to her name. Today we are going to converse with her on her achievements so far and how does it even feel to be the leader in the field of academics and be a torchbearer here. So many people look up to her for so many things. Ma'am, in this meeting, we have NTPC employees, both men and women, joining us from 40 plus locations across the country. Some of them are here in the meeting, while many others are watching us through the YouTube live link. So, and this session of ours will be here to stay. It will be uploaded on YouTube and will be kept there for a long time for others to watch in future also as a reference point. I do not even know how to begin. I think the best way is to learn about how did you take the leap towards academics? How has your childhood been? How has the growing up years been? And what inspired you to get into academics?
First of all, Kinashri, thank you so much for inviting me on this occasion. And Rachna ji, happy International Women Day to all women, right? So I will begin with away from the question, just 2 lines that we've been celebrating International Women Day, right? We have been propagating around it and we gather on this day and then we put some tokenism to this event where we showcase women, successful women and all that. But after that, when we go back, still in our country, we are talking about inclusiveness is a big issue. Diversity, again, is a big issue. So we have to go little beyond the rhetorics now, and we need to really mean the business. And I think the ownership lies on all the women, that we are not dependent on these symbolic celebrations to make our presence felt in the mind frame of everyone. We do exist, and we do exist very much there. And we want our recognition because of our own merit and own competence and not because of these, symbolism. So that's the first. I think I'm a strong propagator of make your way. Okay, there is no one here going to look around and provided a hand holding to you and say, okay, you also come along. World is very selfish out here. Even this is true for men, this is true for women. So there is no gender disparity here in terms of the treatment, but this is the life is. Life is all about running after something. Everybody is running like a mad race. And you catch hold of anyone in this mad race and say, why are you running so hard? Oh, I'm running, everybody's running, so I'm also running, right? This is how all of us have joined the race, isn't it? Without questioning that what is in it for us? Why are we running like this? Why are we chasing like this? And then what is the purpose of doing all this? So we have lost that purpose, sense of purpose, and we started competing and we are happy. We have become GM, we have become DGM, GM, right? We can become vice president, we can become the CMD also tomorrow, no issues. But what next? What after that? So I think a $1 million question is that we all need to be purpose driven, right? And we have our own contribution in this purpose creation. So women actually owe great responsibility. We are also forming 50% of the population, isn't it? So this 50% of the population very much belongs to us and our ownership, plus accountability and responsibility in this whole game. So let's not give this credit to someone else who will do the empowerment for women. I always contest this word. I said, nobody can empower women. Who can empower women? Barring women, women themselves can empower themselves, right? Because empowerment is not outside you. Empowerment is within you. So I think this is my, as you may ask, that this is the daily reiteration to my own self, right? That see, you might not be a director after 2 years. You don't cease to exist. Neither your purpose cease to exist, isn't it? So do not take it it's very misnomer that you are an academic leader. I say forget about whether you are a leader or you are not a leader, but you have that responsibility because you are forming 50%, isn't it, of the population. So therefore, everybody, wherever we are in our own capacity, very amazing thing, Kinashri, that everything a woman does even today, right? We are talking about after 75 years of, we are all celebrating Amrit Mahotsav and all that, right? Almost completing, 75 years completed. We'll be hitting towards the century now. We say 100 years celebration, Amrit Kal and all that. But still, whatever woman does today is the first time. They say she is the first woman, she is the first timer, she has done it first time. We listen, even today, it becomes a first time achievement in any field. That is surprising. And that has to go away. The opportunities, the equal opportunities, and that's what is more important, that compete on your competence rather than competing on the gender sense or the male or the female. That question is no longer there. It's the let the best person win, and let me be that best person to win over, right? Not because I happen to be a male or I happen to be a female. So you asked me a question that how you gear towards having this career as an academician. I had no clue when I was growing up that one day I will become a professor, or I will do a PhD, or I will be sitting somewhere doing these kinds of multiple roles. I had no clue. I grew as naturally as possible, like any other family, right? And now I am turning 62. All right. So it is a long time. I have to recall all that, what happened in my childhood. So it is a very, very, old memory. But then one thing I always felt that I used to tell my mom, I said, I'm not here to do what you are doing. I had no clue that what it is all about, right? But then I will always tell her that I have not, born in this family to do all this, what you are doing. I am here to do something different. And she would ask me, what is it we want to do? I said, I don't know, but I will do something different. And that was something right from the beginning. I used to rebel at home. I was very non-conventional. I would, not follow the stereotypical role which is defined for you, and you are conditioned to that. So I used to break all the barriers. I will never listen to my brother if he is asking me for anything, that give me this or give me that. So I will say nothing doing, you can take yourself, right? So this is the kind, my family also was very different family. My father was an advocate, and my mother and father both got graduated in Banaras University. Those old days. My mom is still 87-year-old. Father is no more. So my father actually gave me that kind of push towards that intellectual world, right? So he was very intellectual. So sometimes knowingly, unknowingly, you see someone as your role model, right? And that is very in and around you. So I had no idea that what the role model is all about, but then I could understand the support my father provided, the kind of dream which my father provided for myself, that you are different, you can, get into intellectual world, and, I look forward to you make contributions and you are competent. He only told me that you are competent. And that gave me the confidence, because he would invite me when his friends are at home, and he'll drag their attention towards this factor. Look at her, she does this very well, she does that very well. So he will highlight, right? And when you are highlighting, so what happens at that early age, you are always on cloud 9, that I can do anything, I have the competence and I have the support and I'm no less than anyone. So naturally, this kind of environment I have grown with. And I studied in a missionary school, so there also we got to understand many things, on our own. And my parents never questioned my faith. My parents never questioned any other thing, that you have to fall into that traditional role and way of living. So when the chance came to go to IIT Kanpur, that was after my graduation, post-graduation. Till that point, I think I was just 22, and like any other girl, parents will dream about getting you married, or, looking at those days. I think 23 was an age to, look for marriage and all. So I was still not decided at that age that what I want to do. And I was throughout first class, and I was having distinction, all these credentials were with me, but career still wasn't there in my mind. So then it happens that, sometimes Almighty has already laid all the triggers for you, and at appropriate time, those triggers come to you to facilitate your career. So same thing happened to me, that somebody in the neighborhood came and told us that there is something in IIT Kanpur, which is a PhD in psychology, and why don't you ask your daughter to apply there? So I competed there, and then, All India competition used to be there. The 25 people who were writing exam, and only 2 got selected nationally. So I was one of them. So that gave another booster. But then after that, the career obviously the choice was academics. So you had to choose academics, nothing else. And IIT Kanpur, 6 years was very different kind of transformation for me. The whole world was very different. I was in Kanpur all through, and then I went to IIT Kanpur. So this is how academics happened to me. My ambition at the time of when I was doing my post-graduation, I wanted to be a clinical psychologist. Okay, so I was very much interested in understanding people, understanding relationships and helping people, because I had studied abnormal psychology and clinical psychology at my PG level. So when I went to IIT Kanpur, they said, no, we don't have a clinical focus here. So then it got translated automatically into organizational behavior. That psychology went into organizational behavior, and then I chosen this kind of environment for myself, where I can make use of my psychology, and I'm still not forgotten about psychology.
You're lovely, amazing. I will request everybody to keep your microphone on mute. Yes, thank you so much appreciated. It has been an amazing journey of yours. It has been very organic, but it somehow pulled you into the right gears. What were some of the challenges that you faced during the course? Or was it an easy was sort of a cakewalk for you? Or did you actually come across hurdles, and at few points you felt like it is over now, I'm going to give up, it is enough for me? Or was it easy?
Is it about, the course I did in IIT Kanpur, or that journey you're asking, or you're asking about my career so far? What are the challenges?
Maybe your entire journey from being a student to where you are right now.
All right. So I think I'll narrate some of the challenges, which are very real challenges. I went to IIT Kanpur from Kanpur University. I was the student of Kanpur University. All right. So I was the first student, as I told you, even today we are talking about first every time. So I was the first student from, Kanpur University to enter into IIT, PhD that time. So when I went there, it was a different world altogether. And I had not even studied in co-education so far. So the first time I went and I saw that kind of environment, and very challenging. You were studying with BTechs as well, and your course load was too heavy. So sometimes it used to be very challenging and very stressful that if you are not able to make it, and if you don't succeed here, those kinds of self-blocking beliefs used to come because load was too much, workload was too much, and we were not used to this kind of studying and writing and all that. So then every day it used to be a rethinking day that whether I have made a right choice, right? So that put a challenge there because it was a different world altogether. And on top of it, I had already gotten, after my post-graduation, a job in the degree college where I had graduated from. So same time I got the admission in IIT Kanpur. So then there was a debate at home that even after PhD you are going to become a professor. So you've already become a lecturer. So why do you want to go for a 5-year investment in terms of PhD? So you better do the job. So that is the time I made a very tough choice for myself. And looking back, I think those are very, very defining moments for my career, where it gave me tremendous confidence that you are taking decisions. And taking decision was like my ownership alone for my career, because my parents said, I will support your decision, but decision is yours. So whether you want to hook yourself for 5 years in the hostel of IIT Kanpur and study and take that stress which you feel that it is too much of a stress, or you want to join the job. So I had freedom to choose, and therefore I chose, and I chose IIT Kanpur. I said, after 5 years, I will see, after 6 years, I will see that what the choices are available for me. But as of now, I will not go and do a job. So this is a kind of, that was like creating a self-doubt in your mind, but then also it was like a resilience. Even that time it came to me as a resilience, that every day you have to reaffirm your belief that, see, you are the only one from Kanpur University. And if you go back, this is going to give a bad name to Kanpur University, that Kanpur people don't survive, right? So you had a lot of, burden on your shoulders, that you are representing a lot, women, you're representing Kanpur University in general. And what is the kind of brand you will create there that, okay, Kanpur people don't survive there, Kanpur University. So I think I took the challenge and I said, no, I will also make it, because once I've gotten the admission here, that I broke the barrier once, so I will break the barrier again. So that keeps on happening. Otherwise, it was a smooth journey. Once you have the clarity that where you want to go, after that, there was no struggle there in terms of choosing a career and finding a job, or, So I experimented with my job also. Let me complete that job story, then you can put me into some other thought process, right? So after my PhD, then the question was obviously that, and I was getting scholarship, by the way. And those days I was getting, 2,200 scholarships. So that was big sum. And then the question was that now the job. So I was not in hurry. So I had completed less than 5 years my PhD. I still have the stipend in my hand. So I said I will choose and explore. That word came to my mind, right? And then my father says that what is there to explore now? You're already PhD, So you just go and be in a university. So I chose Allahabad University, and I went there and started doing my postdoc there. And I was the UGC research scholar, which is the very unique scholarship those days. Only very few people used to get it. So I was getting 3,000 stipend that time. And when they asked me to choose anywhere in the country I can go, in any university, and no university will say no to me. So I chose Allahabad because that used to be the best in psychology. And I stayed there for 2 years. And one thing started becoming very clear. I said, I'm not going to be part of any university. So I'm not going to become a typical university teacher. What I want to become, that was not clear. But what I don't want to become was very clear, that I don't want to be in any university. So I discarded my choices like that, okay? So then I went to a very small place in Hyderabad from my, Allahabad University. And there, this was a very different one. There they used to do training, consulting, research. So I happened to be there for 3.5 years. Away from Kanpur, first time, traveled that long journey, stayed there alone in an alien culture. Prior to that, nobody, I had never met people, from so diverse cultures and all that. So I went there and started learning. So challenges were there also, because you have to survive in any new context, because there is a lot of competition. There is a lot of competition, and there also all males around, and you are the only female, or there is another one accompanying you. So you are always in minority there, right? So you have to also carry that burden of proving yourself, right? That you need to prove yourself, you need to do, and that is the time when I think you have to put in almost the double the effort what your counterparts will be doing. Right? Because all the time you are aware that you need to prove yourself, right? So that was like sense of identity you're carrying all the time with you. So that happened, and after that I said, no, I have learned this enough. And now this is not giving me anything new. So now I'm getting into my comfort zone. So this is the time to move out of your comfort zone. So I told the employer there, I said, I don't want to continue here. Although he was giving me lots of attractions and all that, I said, no, I want to teach somewhere, and therefore now I will look for a B school rather than this kind of consulting training and all that. So I went to XIMB also for 1 year there. Lucknow was late in processing my application. So then afterwards Lucknow called me. So 97 I came to IIM Lucknow. So very early on, I think I started making my choices, which was, I think, helping me all through that, you are accountable for your choices and you live by your choices. So another thing which I decided at that early on, I said, my mother wanted me to get married. I said, no way, this is my life and there is only one life. So I want to experiment with my life, right? And I do have choices. So my father told me, okay, I will support you and we will never put a pressure of being a guardian or the father on you. So even when he died, I was 30 years that time. And so I lost my father at that age. And but he gave me that kind of booster, right? That's very important to have that kind of guidance at home, because somebody who can push you into that right direction, further reinforce your confidence, whenever you are not having that confidence and you are jittery, that whether I have made the right choice, and there is someone to reaffirm that. No, very good. You can get going and we are all here, right? Even when I was in IIT Kanpur, my father continued to tell me, the day you feel it is going beyond your capacity, please come back home, right? IIT is not the ultimate thing on this world. So they told me that there are choices available, right? So I never had that kind of, unrealistic pressure on myself. So that's what I did. And 97, I joined IIM Lucknow, and I've completed 25 years with IIM Lucknow. And again, when I joined, I saw only 2-3 female colleagues. So I, came with a lot of, kind of energy and ideas. And I said, I want to experiment with my ideas. And fortunately, this place has provided me right from the beginning that you can, experiment with your choices. So that flexibility I got. So one thing which I never felt, Kenashri, till this point, that I never looked at myself as a female. I never looked at myself as a female. And, because of that, what has happened naturally, that I have removed that barrier from my mind, and that barrier also got removed from my colleagues' mind. Because when we are talking, then if you, again and again reiterate that I am a female out here, I am the only female here, then what happens? The stereotypes even, they exist in our minds. So people also start entering, from there, that, okay, you are, a female colleague here. So I said, no, don't look at me as female. Look at me as a colleague, right? As an individual. And that individual to individual interaction should happen rather than a female interaction with a female or male or female. So I have done away with these boundaries myself. So I made my colleagues very comfortable always, and participated in anything and I led many activities like in IIM Lucknow, where prior to me, no female had assumed those roles. Like I became the first MDP chair. Yes. So Management Development Program chair, I was the first chair, right? And prior to me, no female was in the role, leading role. Then I became, after that, I was the PGP chair, postgraduate program. I was the chair for 3 years, right? Prior to me, there was nobody from the, female, because there were very few females And I think sometimes we take these boundaries for ourselves that possibly this role is not for myself. I'm not supposed to try for this, or I'm not supposed to dream about this, right? So that was not the case with me. So when the opportunity came to me, I always said yes, right? I never had a second thought there that, oh, how can I do that? Will I be able to do that? Or, I have never done it before. So how can it be, very easy for me? So I just accepted it. I said, okay, let me see. It's a new challenge. Let me learn. So then I was sent to Noida campus as a dean.
Yes.
I went there. And no female was the dean prior to me in IIM Lucknow, so I became the dean there. Then I was also the one-year program, we have a one-year program running from Noida campus, so I was the chair of that program. Yeah, and 2019 I became the director of the institute. Okay, so this is how the journey has been, and I think one thing leads to the other one, and challenges remain. But I do not pick up any particular challenge where I said, oh, this was a, very, very bad moment for me, or this was a frustration for me. There were moments, but not so discouraging moments also. Yeah.
From a rebellious little child to breaking stereotypes, breaking biases in your growing up years, and now becoming someone who has not feared risking experiments. You have played your own match, you have played your own game, and you have never feared what could come out of it. Grit, resilience, belief in yourself. There is so much to learn from you, ma'am. Here, I would like to pause for a moment and request everybody who has joined us, if you have some questions for Dr. Shukla, she'll be happy to take your questions. Please put it in the chat box here in the meeting. On the YouTube, we are tracking the conversation over there also. If you would like to speak with her, you could raise your hand and we'll give you an opportunity to unmute yourself and speak directly with Dr. Shukla. So all of you are very welcome to put your questions. Meanwhile, ma'am, we wanted to ask you, if you were to give certain tips to all of us for two things. One is, how should we pass on the baton as responsible citizens of this generation so that the upcoming generation gets better, their lives get better? What should we do wherever we are? One is that, and secondly, because Ntpc has less than around 7 to 8% of women employees. So again, here there is slight skewness. We do not shy away from the fact, for the simple reason that the kind of job, the kind of domain it has, usually the pool itself is very less. So when the pool is less, obviously the ones who get into the pipeline, and as the pipeline gets higher and higher, and by the time they reach the topmost hierarchy, the pool gets even smaller. So given this context, what are the things that you would like to say to our women leaders who are right now in the company, or who are maybe the middle management, who are aspiring to become leaders of tomorrow?
Yeah, I think I'll take this question first, right? That's my very favorite question. You can see that many people tend to ask this in multiple forums, right? So first thing, I feel that nobody can become like someone, right? Nobody can copy someone's leadership style. So don't look for somebody and emulate someone as a leader. So first of all, everybody has a unique potential. Believe in your own self and create your own leadership style which suits you, right? So you don't have to, as you said, know that not enough pool exists. Therefore, by default, what will happen? People will start looking at male leaders, right, who are there as general managers or as DGMs or, as whatever directors. So then they start copying those, that, okay, this is the way a general manager behaves. This is the way a vice president tends to behave. So when I become the general manager, I tend to copy the same behavior. I tend to respond in the same manner. I think that is the biggest mistake we do, because there are certain inherent things in you, and recognize those, right? There is a female to female difference. Not that females are homogeneous group and everybody will have the same style of leadership. No, within females also there are differences, and therefore recognize your own uniqueness, that this is what I need to do. Inherently, if you compare that, women can demonstrate better, which is compassion, which is very natural in women. And compassion is not a sign of weakness. Compassion, empathy, and I would say empathy, we need to recognize this is not a simple word. We say, okay, empathy, putting yourself in other shoes or see the problem from others' point of view. No, this is very limited meaning of the, empathy. Empathy exists at 3 levels. So number 1 empathy is cognitive, empathy. Cognitive empathy is that, oh, I understand what you say. I can appreciate what you are going through. I can appreciate that how it sounds. There are many people who will be with you when you are narrating your, experiences, and they'll say, I fully appreciate it, right? So that remains at the cognitive level, which is a thought level. And that is something which most of the, people, most of the leaders might demonstrate. Women can take it to the next level, which is very easy for the women. And you can just take it to the next level, which is emotional part of it. So empathy, which is emotional. So I am not only understanding you, I can feel about it. I can feel about it. So that feeling is that you are with the person. You are not, getting into that only at the thought level that I appreciate, I understand, and you go beyond these words and you say that I have a feel for you, right? Third is, and that also women can do extension quick, which is compassion. And compassion integrates these two, that I understand and I feel, and therefore I know what is good for you. So I am willing to help you out. And when this compassion is demonstrated by the women leaders, I think you will create a chain of leaders, because the maximum problem is that women don't help another women to grow, right, so easily, because there are very few. And, the model which you have inculcated for yourself is, again, there is a huge competition out there, right? So therefore, people do not want to actually let go because there is no time, because you are competing. So rather than competing, I think collaboration is a good mode where you look around at who needs the help. And therefore, let me, encourage people, become the mentor and become the coaches. And when women will form their own networks like this, and they feel comfortable growing, enabling people to grow, I think you made it. And then the whole chain of leaders will grow. Otherwise, it will be, again, very, very token kind of experiences you will keep hearing. And you asked me the first question, that what do we do as a citizen?
Yes, what do we do to contribute to the social fabric as responsible citizens, like as a parent, as an individual? How can we pass on a good baton for our next generation?
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good question, Kenashri, because, like we say, no, charity begins at home. So the women actually are responsible for this, whatever is happening today. If the equal, visibility is not there for women, because whatever all said and done, the child rearing practices at home, the most unknown damage happens at that age. When you are instilling, like the girls are presented with dolls and boys are presented with all engineering, tools and motorbike and all that, right? So who has given this choice? We are not born with those choices. We were not born with those choices. Those choices have been dumped on us, that, okay, we will give you pink, we will give you blue. So you started differentiating right there at the early age and making them believe that they are different from each other. Right. So this has to go away, that there is no difference and anyone can have a preference for any color. Anyone can have preference for any game. Any can ride the bike or whatever you want to do. So that acceptance has to come at home. When you grow with that kind of open mind, then only, that extends. Otherwise, it will not extend because we ourselves are blocking it. Yeah, so women actually have to come forward and understand that unknowingly, unconsciously, we are passing on these kinds of differences, which are deep-rooted at some level or the other. Very few will be there. You can give your example, I can give my example. Like I always used to fight with my teacher at IIT Kanpur. She used to tell me that there are a lot of discrimination in the families, gender-wise. She used to teach me one course on gender and all. So I used to fight with her. I said, no, ma'am, I have not seen this differentiation in my house. She says, you are different, your parents are different, but then I'm telling you, women are not getting their due, they are not getting to, see things, go out, this, that, whole lot of differentiation. So I said, who's creating this? Women themselves are creating this. So the first thing is that let's, empower the people in and around and create the same message. Be comfortable with your own self. You can create this message around only when you are comfortable with your own self. Yeah. So there is no problem. Accept yourself. And there are certain strengths in me. As I said, I don't have to become like someone. So why should I copy? There are many people who will say, okay, I have to be in blue suit always in a formal meeting. I questioned this. I said, why I should be? I should not be. There is nothing be for me. That's your norm. You define for yourself. But this is not comfortable norm for myself. So I will do where I have a comfort zone, right? So I will define my norms. So it's a question of being comfortable with whatever you are, because you are not artificially imposing anything on yourself. Yeah. And you discover yourself, that what are the, positive points you already have, and all women have. So I think uniqueness pays off, and everybody has a very huge potential, which we do not understand, which we do not unleash at the right time, because we do not get those kind of triggers at the right time, and also mentors at the right time, and support at the right time. So I think if you become that support for your in and around, so you will create a battery of people who are like ignited like you, right? And then you will form that kind of vibrant group around, and the message goes through.
And it is contagious, that energy that
it is. Oh, leaders can't be without energy, isn't it?
Ma'am, you speak so lucidly. We didn't even realize that we have been speaking for almost 40 minutes now, and it's feel enough. It's very difficult to let you go at this point of time, but I know we would have to. Your time is very, very precious. Just one last question that we have received from one of the audiences. What is that daily kick that you get to turn an ordinary day into a meaningful day? Because otherwise, our days are very mundane, and एक वही होती है, सुबह होती है, शाम होती है, जिंदगी वही तमाम होती है. How do you get out of this mold and make an ordinary day into something very meaningful, and that when you go to bed with the thought of it, you rest peacefully?
Yeah, I started practicing some amount of spiritual intelligence now, right? And that spiritual intelligence is not like a religious activity, but it is something where you learn to take pauses in your life, right? Yeah. And tend to reflect that what I did yesterday, what I'm going to do today, the morning itself. And you come with that thought. And every day the question is that I do have my charter. So I can't fulfill the charter in one day, right? Therefore, I always feel that there are one or two points in my do agenda list, right, that where I need to be very, very vigilant and drive that. And I take those kinds of not routine matters, but I also take those strategic issues here and spend my time judiciously on that, because that gives you a little, different breather, and you are not suffocated in your routine. So I am not into the routine, and routine does happen to you. Right. But I am, looking for that somebody has to see the big picture. If everybody will get involved into that, routine programmed activities, then I think institution will take a back seat. So somebody has to look at the whole dashboard in one go and keep driving things one or the other. So I keep meeting my colleagues. Last 2 years, pandemic has taught us, when the very different test for all the leaders. That panic was number one thing. It hit everybody. And first time I realized that leaders can't be panic, right? I said, though you're a human being, but you have to actually, play the double role, and you say, okay, I will control my panic, and I will have a sense of, again, energy, excitement, and optimism among all this adversity, whatever we had gone through. And I used to come and sit my office all through. And when I came, I saw that my, 2 or 3 HODs started coming in. And because we have a township, no? So we all stay inside the campus. Mm-hmm. So people were so panicked that everybody was at home. So I said, how to break that syndrome? So I started coming. Then I saw that deans started coming. Then I saw some more faculty started coming. And then I saw that, oh, people actually love to come to the office 1 or 2 hours, 3 hours, and they will. So that, the kind of thing, and we started doing as normal things. So it happens, very, very unusual things happen, very, very huge acceleration of the, digital program happened, and adaptation to the newer, skill sets that happened, because today we are so comfortable talking on this mode. If 3 years ago, somebody would have asked me, do it online, it won't be my preferred mode, right? Yes. But today we are all comfortable in this mode. So I think
Rajinder ji, please, I'll have to mute you. Okay. Please go
okay.
ahead. So sorry.
So I think I have completed, Kenashri. We have already overshot our time, right? So these are some of the things which I have to do for myself. So purpose is very important, right? And I remember purpose. The entire purpose is like something sometimes very distant also. You won't realize every day, right? But then your do list comes out of that. So that's what, and I teach in between. I still teach. I keep in touch with teaching. And when you teach, your entire, the fatigue goes out, and you predominantly, you are a teacher at heart. You are not an administrator, right? So I love teaching even today. And whenever I get time, so I teach something or the other.
That is so wonderfully put, ma'am. Thank you very much for your time. I think the last thing that you said was find a purpose for your living, which is your heart's call. And let's not care about what others are thinking or saying or even judging. Let's do what suits us best.
Yes.
Which has all our heart and soul. And I think it'll
live your life happily. Do everything, but with that happiness. If you do everything and that happiness has gone from your life, then what the hell we are doing, isn't it? And like we are supposed to achieve something with happiness.
And like Dr. Shukla said, she has one life. Incidentally, all of us also have one life. Let's just live it. On that note, thank you very much, ma'am. Happy Women's Day.
Thank you.
And it really means a lot to us. Here's a solution.
Thank you, Kenashri. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
So we'll take a short break here. It's 15:45, which is like almost 3:45. Our next session begins at 4 o'clock. We will have Miss Momala Nayak, who is a Kathak exponent and a disciple of Birju Maharaj, sharing an absolutely different perspective from her domain, from her field, and that will mark the last session of the day. So you have 15 minutes. Go and have a cup of quick coffee, chai, pani, and then come back. We will begin sharp at 4 now. Thanks. So hello everyone, we are back again. In 2 minutes, we will begin the last session of the day of this Women Leadership Conclave 2022. I just wanted to check with Mumala Nayak, madam, whether you can hear us and see us properly, because she has joined from a distant location. The guest of honor for today, Miss Mumala Nayak, she's here in the meeting. Ma'am, can you see us and hear us? Is it okay with you? Mumala, ma'am? Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, I'm fine.
So
Okay,
we'll
fine.
begin in 2 minutes, ma'am. Or if you're here, let's just begin. So thank you very, very much, Mumala madam, for joining us. I know your schedule today was very, very busy, yet you were very kind to have consented to attend this Women Leadership Conclave organized by Ntpc. And despite your busyness, despite the absolutely tightly packed schedule of yours, you could give us time, which means a lot. I would now request Ms. Rachna Singh Bhal, General Manager PMI, to welcome our guest of honor and the participants. Once again, this is the last session of the day. It doesn't feel enough, but then we have to call it a wrap. And what beautiful an end other than having an exponent of Kathak tradition with us for the session.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, all the participants to this online program, and good afternoon to our eminent speaker, the last speaker of the day, but not the least, Miss Mumala Nayak, Kathak artist, disciple Pandit Birju Maharaj. On behalf of Par Management Institute and Ntpc, I extend a very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. And you are a very well-known figure in the field of culture and art. And we are hoping to hear from you, your experiences. So thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Welcome again.
Thank you for doing the honors, Rachna ma'am. And before I introduce Ms. Mumala Nayak to you, let me show you a glimpse of her beautiful work. So there's this little something that we wanted to show you before we begin with the session. Just a minute. Give us about a minute. While my IT team is uploading the video, let me give you an introduction of Ms. Mumala Nayak. As already mentioned by Rachna madam, she is the disciple of late Guru Pandit Birju Maharaj ji. She's an A-graded artist of Delhi Doordarshan Kendra, empaneled Kathak dancer of Indian Council of Cultural Relations, SPIC McKay, and Ministry of Culture, the Government of India. She has been conferred the Rajdhani Ratan Award in 2014 and Bharat Gaurav Samman 2014, honored by Bhavna Kala Mandir, Delhi, in the field of art, dance, and music. She is also a recipient of National Nritya Shiromani Award 2013. Well, her list of awards it's really long, and I know all of you would Google her and find so much legacy that she has created over a period of time. Let me see if I can share with you a dance performance of hers, which is available on YouTube. Just a moment.
Later, she was trained in Delhi under Srimati Bhashwati Mishra and then from Pandit Birju Maharaj. She received a diploma honours from Kathak Kendra, New Delhi. She has also learned Hindustani classical vocal and kabla. Moomala has performed extensively both in the country and abroad. At present, she is teaching Kathak at Gandhar, Krishna and the Gopis during Holi. And how Radha and the Gopis conspire alongside her, Shri Ravi Sharma ki Go.
Well, what appropriate a moment, because Holi is around the corner, and this is just such a beautiful performance, which we found from Momala Madam's YouTube channel. You could also go to YouTube and look for her videos. The YouTube is full of beautiful videos from her. Momala Madam, thank you for gracing the occasion. It means a lot to us, for you to having joined this National Leadership Conclave. So without any further ado, we'd like to know from you, how has your journey in the field of art and dance been so far? Right from your childhood to your growing up years to wherever you are now. Please share your journey with us.
Namaskar. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to convey my gratitude to Shri Rajiv Sinha ji for inviting me in this third NTPC Women Leadership Conclave. As an artist, it is overwhelming for me to see, like in corporate sectors also nowadays, classical music, dance, classical art forms are being included for talks and discussions and sharing viewpoints. So I'm very grateful I'm here. And it's so lovely to be here on this very special day of International Women Day. I wish every lady, woman, having a great, grand International Women Day today. So about my journey, well, it started like a normal child, going to school and participating in the annual shows. I'm talking about 1979. And my parents didn't know that I am participating. Why I'm saying this thing? Because it would be useful for every parent or every child. The parents should have some foresight regarding their children. We don't know as a child what we are good in any subject or any co-curricular activity. is not that we have to be a doctor or engineer. Earlier, it was the knack at that times. So my father thought that if I'm not been under any proper guru or proper institutional training, then it will end after some time. So that way it started. I was put up in some institution, and when I started, gradually, the interest started going for these art forms, and the time changed. Here, I would like to say one thing. Like in academics, we have 12th class up to 12th, then graduation of 3 years, then MA of 2 years. In dance, we have 8 years course. And the equivalence with the studies is quite different. Like what we say in primary department, like class 1 to class 5, that is equivalent to first year of our dance, theory and practical. So that much depth of knowledge we have to incur in ourselves just since first year. So after that, the middle department, like from 6th to 8th class, that is equivalent to our second year of Kathak. And third year is equivalent to 9th and 10th. And the fourth year is equivalent to 11th and 12th. So massively, we have the theoretical aspects and the practical aspects that we have to go through with our Riyaz practice. And we have to read so many books so that we can understand the things. But being child, at that time, we don't understand this thing. Okay. So here I will say that 5th, 6th year is equivalent to graduation and 7th, 8th year is equivalent to our master course, MA. After that, PhD. So when we are in that childhood, it is like Sikhya, Dekhya, Parikhya, Sikhya, we say. So Sikhya, that is the kind of training, institutional training. We are not thinking about what we are learning. We have been told to learn. We should learn. It is our duty to do. But today I can say this thing. That time I didn't know the thing. And after that, the time comes for Dekhya. When you have the whole training of your course, and then you have to watch other art forms, other allied things, so that you can enhance your knowledge about each and every nuances of little things, so that you can amalgamate with other art forms and how to use. Here I will say I'm grateful to Rajiv sir. He gave me, it is our acquaintance over a decade. Last 1 decade we have been in contact. And he gave me beautiful 3 books written by Tulsidas ji and Surdas ji that time to go through them. And I tried to work out upon many compositions. I was just sharing with him a few days back that for dance and for vocal also. So it is a very nice experience. So this is the Dekhya, Sikhya. Sikhya is the training and Dekhya, what you learn after observing others. Then the third one is the Parikhya. When in your age, you go along with your learning with your age, something you have the anubhav, you have the experience, you try to experience the things, how it is going, and how you have to choreograph or compose, or how you have to handle the situation. It is if you are doing solo, if you are doing choreography on stage, these things add up to your repertoire. So these things, these 3 words are very apt for here. Then second thing I would like to say that while I was in class 2, there was a chapter Sada Satya Bolo in our Hindi book. Sometimes when we are children, some moral stories, they are so get engrossed in our mind that since the whole life we don't forget them and try to imbibe the essence of those things in our life, in our career, in our style of thinking or whatever. So there we all know that Dronacharya gives that part Sada Satya Bolo, 3 words, and he is not going to learn every time he is telling, no, I have not remembered those 3 words. And after many days, when he comes and Dronacharya asks that why you took so much time for remembering just 3 words, so he replied that I remembered those 3 words instantly, but every day I used to say some lie. Then I thought that remembering that part, that lesson, was not done by me. But now I have put up that sangyam, that control over telling a lie, and now I can say that I have remembered that part. Sada satya bolo. So why I am saying this? So I think these things should matter when we think that we should have imbibed the whole thing. We have gone through it. We have developed our thought process upon our chosen art form. Then it happens in a different way, and it takes time, no doubt. With time, it flourishes and it flares up as much as we tend to know. So that was a childhood. Then my father had a transfer service. He was in PNT department. So like 8 years in Patna and then 4 years in Ambala Kent. There I did my graduation. In 11th, 12th, I have science. So many times it is said that those who are in art forms are not into the studies. But actually maximum, if we see that we also are into science stream, and this, I have my favorite subjects, maths, physics, chemistry, biology, and English in 11th and 12th. After that, for graduation, I chose Hindi and English were compulsory, and vocal music and economics. I did graduation from Kurukshetra University in Haryana, and then after that, from 94, we have been settled in Delhi. So I did my post diploma in journalism and mass communication. So, and dance, Kathak. My first guru was late Nagendra Prasad Mohini ji, and then Vashwati Mishra ji in Delhi. And after that, from 95, I have been under tutelage of Pandit Birju Maharaj ji. He left us, we all know, in January 17. But such genius gurus don't leave the world actually. Their souls are always here to guide us. They are par excellence. So, so when I started performing here in Delhi and then like in India and abroad, every time we have different experiences. And every moment we used to learn something or other. So I think after joining SpeakMake also, it was a nice experience to go to remote parts of India. Where, in normal life, we are not supposed to go to many places. We are not aware of those things which we got to know through SpeakMake. So I appreciate the efforts of SpeakMake. We all know they are going to remote places and trying to spread out our Indian classical heritage to each and everyone as much as they can. So we are just helping and volunteering in this. Right now also I have come coaching, and here at Amrita School of Arts and Sciences, I am taking the workshop, morning and evening sessions. So you can ask me anything more what you want me to elaborate.
Your journey speaks of a lot of hard work and perseverance. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you, when you chose dance as your career, did you get to listen from people that, this is not a very lucrative career, it will not get you enough money, because artists seldom make earning and a living out of their profession, and especially because you were also very good in studies, so you had the alternate career also available for you. So did you get to listen to these stereotypical statements, and how did you overcome it?
Exactly. Here I will again mention about my father, because parents first they have to bear these comments from relatives, neighbors, like in office also. If my father was a civil engineer, and when we are two sisters. Me and my younger sister is also Kathak dancer. She is of Jaipur style of Kathak. She is pursuing, and I am in Lucknow Gharana of Kathak. Two different styles. There are 4 styles of Kathak, so we are pursuing 2 different Gharana. Now, first question was that okay, इन दोनों को कुछ ज्यादा पढ़ाई आता नहीं होगा, तभी डांस में दोनों बेटियों को, एक तो बेटियां, वहां से it starts from there. In India, these misconceptions are still there. We are developing, we are not developed country still now, because these thinkings have not gone. Problem is that, so that time in 70s, 80s, much more it was there. तो पढ़ाई नहीं किया इसलिए डाला है ये. First reaction was then, and afterwards then when we started learning and we have our photographs came in newspapers and we got some awards, or then the conception, okay, लगता है कुछ है इसमें डांस में. These kind of comments we have to go through in the starting. So in these cultural art forms, I think there is some gestation period, what we say, that the larvae takes some period to become a butterfly. That period we have to undergo while pursuing these things. We cannot hurry up कि एकदम आज ही स्टार बन जाएंगे, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता. We have to go through it. Hard labor, patience is very important, and confidence, and you have to be very targeted, focused about your what you want to do, what you exactly are craving for. Now, in our line, many first earlier it was actually a male dance form in ancient forms in during temple period and after the Mughal period also. In modern times only it got this transition from male to female. Earlier it was a solo dance, and now choreographies are also there. So these things had happened with us also, and we have to hear these things. But I will say once again that patience, confidence, and focus should be there while pursuing these things. And now, you want to make money, publicity, or you want the spiritual aspect of that dance or music, whatever. That you should be clear. So there is a differentiation in choosing those things. You are asking that what is the motive behind choosing these things. So that is also we used to see. You can see many dancers, and by the dance form you can understand what is behind the what the dancer wants in showing their dance or music, that art form. It is what you think that is established in your art.
एक और सवाल जो इसी के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है मोमला मैम, when men choose to become dancers, because we are, क्योंकि आज ऐसा एक दिन है जब हम जेंडर इश्यूज के बारे में भी बात कर रहे हैं, तो आपकी कम्युनिटी में ऑब्वियसली मेल डांसर्स भी हैं, फीमेल डांसर्स भी हैं. तो जब मेन चूज करते हैं कि हम डांसिंग को एज प्रोफेशन लें, तो क्या उनको भी ऐसे तंज का सहना पड़ता है और उनके लिए भी बातें कही जाती है जो हमें लगता है ज्यादा कही जाती होंगी, क्योंकि ट्रेडिशनली डांस को एसोसिएट किया गया है फीमेल्स के साथ?
Depends actually individual to individual how you take it. Now, like I will say about my Guru Maharaj Ji, he used to enact, he or Kelucharan Mahapatra Ji, very big legendary gurus of Odissi. We have seen them, many other Gurujan also, Gunijan. When they are enacting, being male, when they are enacting the female characters on stage, you will just forget that they are males. They are so involved that sattvic abhinay comes from them. But in normal life, you will see them just as normal human beings, normal male, you can say. So what is the body language you are using while you are performing and acting, or while you are being in your normal life? That has to be clear. Many times ये जो आपने कहा कि जो सुनना पड़ता है, कई बार क्या होता है कि male dancers thinks that if you are dancing then you have to be like very feminine in body language. No, if you are male, you maintain your masculine aspect while you are in normal life. When you are doing the characters, then you bring that thing. So you should be clear about this thing. Otherwise, you may have to hear those things and maybe indirectly or directly. That is the point.
Absolutely. So well put. यहाँ पर we'll take a short pause and I'll request everybody who has joined us, if you have questions for Ms. Momala Nayak, please ask right now. Is a good time. You could put your questions in the conversation box. You could also put it in the YouTube link, under the YouTube link. And if you want to speak with her, please raise your hand. We'll give you an opportunity so that you can speak with her directly over here. Anyone? This is the last session of the day, and it is absolutely an honor for us to have such eminent speakers in the conclave today. Let's make most of this opportunity. Anyone who wants to ask, please.
I would like to hear other speakers also, you know, to since morning till 4 o'clock I was conducting the workshop. But as it is available on the YouTube link, please send me the link. I would love to hear other speakers also on this beautiful day.
Absolutely, ma'am. We'll send you the link immediately after the conclave. It shall be put up there. It will be available there throughout. So, and we have had all of the speakers today since morning have been really inspiring. So it stays with us for a long time. It's not just a matter of a day, but whatever we learn from you today stays with us for very long.
Learning never ends.
Yes.
Learning never ends, actually.
One of the questions that we've received is, did you come across a low point in your career when you felt like, let's give it up because it is very hard for me?
Not exactly. Here I can say I am a kind of strong person from my inner side. Yeah, utar chadhav and high and low points are always there in our life. But I never got this feeling that I will leave this because this is my life. Many times you have seen many artists, dancers say that this is my passion. No, I won't say this is my passion. This is my life. I know. I can share one incident. Just means like yeah. Okay. When I was having my daughter, when I was to deliver her, and I was told I was having some complication while having the delivery. So I was told that if it is a cesarean, then you won't be able to dance for 2 or 3 years or something like that, or maybe you may have difficulty in dancing. And if you have a normal delivery, then you will be able to dance. Very awkward situation. You may think why I'm saying, but actually, what is dance for me? If someone is telling this thing, I am kind of person who doesn't like injections or blood test, and we all know that normal delivery is a very this is Women's Day, so I am sharing this kind of thing. It's a very painful thing that cannot be described. But that line that you cannot dance, I cannot hear. So I went for normal delivery, and the whole hospital and everyone knew me, and everyone was astonished on that point. So I'm just a little example, and why I'm giving that. I know that I won't leave dance, whatever happens. And what you are saying, just in January, I got stitches over my right eye here. So I am always doing something or something. My fifth metatarsal of left leg is broken. I got one accident when my collarbone was broken, my nose bone broken, but yet I am dancing till now. It's God's grace, and I think that is the thing that I have never left dancing. And about low points or high points, no. maybe one point we may feel like down, but never that I will leave this. No, never.
I think that speaks for the dedication and the passion that you have for dancing, and probably that should be our approach towards our own jobs and domains too. I mean, come what may, we are not going to quit. We are going to move ahead, and we're going to shine better and better. So, one last question before we call the session a wrap. What is your message, that mic drop moment for you on the occasion of Women's Day, to everybody who's listening to you?
Yeah. I would like to say one thing, that as an woman, whatever may come on your way, first thing, you should not, no one should leave patience and the heart for whatever you have been doing. You should not never leave that thing. You should find a way. There must be some way to handle that situation. Many a times we think that we are not able to, we are weak, or we are not having that support. But I think every time I have been in solitude for many years. So you should develop that kind of thinking, and you should enhance your knowledge. Actually, knowledge is books, reading books and everything. That helps you when you have the knowledge of anything special. That cannot be taken from you. Nobody can snatch from you. And that is taking you on your way ahead. So I think as a woman, you should maintain your patience, enhance your knowledge, and be confident about what you are doing. You are neither short, neither tall, nor weak, nor strong. You are neutral. Be neutral about your life, your career, and go on.
Thank you so much, Mola ma'am. That was very, very inspiring. And we couldn't have asked for more. Today, it has been a very, very, a sort of a very inspiring day for us, because we got to hear from different speakers, different domains, different perspectives, and you have brought it to a very beautiful culmination. So thank you very much for joining us. It's an honor once again to have had you in the meeting, and we look forward to hearing from you more. At this moment, I would request Rachna madam to please give a wrap to the session, and also, if possible, speak a few words, share your thoughts on the entire day that has been.
Thank you, Kena. Thank you so much, Ms. Momala Naik. Your video clip we saw was truly mesmerizing, I'll say. I know a little bit about Kathak, and I take pride in it. I mean, so I could appreciate it maybe more than others, I'd say. It was really great. I could see right from the beginning, can see the Spick Make poster there. So I'm reminded of my engineering days, you know, when we used to prepare such, you know, posters and you know, welcome the artists. I remember we had Sonal Mansingh and Yamini Krishnamurthy, so I was just remembering. And it's really great to know that you are doing so much for promoting the art and culture amongst the youth. I know how it is. I know the entire functioning of Spick Make. So it's really great to know that how you are working towards it. Interaction with you has been really very informative, and good to know your vital steps that you talked about on your path, you know, on the learning process and the development stage also, and how it feels now. Your passion for dancing is so immense, and that is why you are such a wonderful dancer. It shows when you talked about it. It shows that you have such a passion for it. That is why you are a wonderful dancer. So thank you, madam, for accepting our invitation and inspiring us. This session, really the last session, has been equally energizing, and art always, you know, excites us. So thank you so much. I'd also like to mention about the previous speakers that we had. We had 4 sessions. So the first one, Ms. Rashmi Bhardwaj session. She's a writer, poet, editor of Meraki, and a Gyanpi Navlekhan Puraskar winner. So she very openly talked about feminism in the true spirit. So that was a great session. Then Miss Anjana Vinod was there, senior consultant and corporate trainer. She's a great motivational speaker, and it showed during that 1 hour of session that we had with her. She really enthused us, so much of energy in us. She talked about the wheel of life and the lioness mentality, explained what it is. So that was really appealing. Then we had the officers from Indian Air Force, Miss Manisha Pati and Harsimranjeet Kaur, who talked about their discipline and challenging life that they have and how Indian Air Force is taking great care of them. The organizational and professional pride was very high in those officers. So that was again a very great session. That was also offline. Then previous to this, we had Dr. Arjuna Shukla, Director, IIM Lucknow, very inspiring, and she put forth her views in a very simplified manner. Some takeaways I'd really like to enumerate here. She mentioned accountability and responsibility has to be yours. Very clearly, she said, no one can empower us. Empowerment has to come from within and not from outside. Really like that. Compete based on competence and not gender. Since this is a Women's Day, so we had a lot of sessions, inclination was towards that. So she very clearly said, compete based on competence. Recognize your strengths. So that was the IIM director she mentioned about it. And of course, your session has been truly great. Like I mentioned, we really loved that session. In fact, our leadership conclave is it had everything, all the colors, academics and art and, motivation, everything was there. Writer. So it was really great. And I thank Kenashri. She put in a lot of hard work there and the result showed. And I thank all the participants who were part of the leadership conclave. Thank you so very much. Their families, a very, very happy Women's Day. Happy Women's Day to Momla Naik ma'am also. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rachna ma'am, for summarizing the entire event in such a beautiful manner. Thank you to everybody who joined. Until we meet next year, 8th of March, let's keep the torch of women empowerment, which comes from within, lit and shining bright. Like it is said, may we know good women, may we be them, and may we raise them, may we become strong women. So signing off from NTPC PMI National Leadership Conclave 2022. See you around next year. Stay safe, stay happy. Namaste.
Thank you.